Very welcome to the World Marathon World Cup in PRADO village, Vila Verde, Portugal. We are paddling on the Canoe river, and the conditions here on the river this afternoon is excellent. We are welcoming the world on live stream to watch this event, and also the spectators here at the venue. Me, Stefan Gustafsson, and Carla Pereira, together with Jim Rossiter, will try to guide you through this event. It's very hot conditions here at the river, and the wind is picking up slightly, so this will be a quite good afternoon, I think.
Good afternoon, Stefan and Carla. We're in a very beautiful situation here on the river. If I can just describe to you the course this afternoon for the short course racing. This is a K1 racing only over a 3.4 kilometre course. So all our descriptions are based on the pontoon, finishing area, portage area on the upstream side of the river. There is a start pontoon to our left as we look at it, and the course goes down to a road bridge, an old road bridge, and that is the turn point for the short course racing. So 3 laps, so it's about 1,000 metres per lap, just over 1,000, and there will be a portage after the first lap and the second lap, and then down for the final lap, which will bring us down to the finish.
And we are going to watch the heats for K1 Junior Men. 2 heats, and from each heat the top 3 will be qualified for the finals. That is on tomorrow morning. The top 3 from each heat and the 4 best times, both heats together. We'll also have a commentary on Portuguese by Carla. So, welcome, Carla.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Jim, for joining us here in Portugal. Bem-vindos então aqui à Taça do Mundo que decorre aqui em Portugal, em Vila Verde, em Prado. Está tudo a postos para darmos início a mais uma grande prova internacional a decorrer em Portugal. Sejam bem-vindos, desfrutem, tudo se perspectiva para uma excelente prova. Vamos avançar com as eliminatórias em K1 Júnior.
Okay, so we got the first heat of 2 heats of the junior men's competition, and it's 5 minutes to the start of the first heat. Stefan, would you like to just run through the start order?
Yes, of course. It's an interesting start order. On lane 8, with bout number 308, we have from Portugal the guy that was second in the European Championships 3 weeks previous to this in Pontevedra, Luis Ferreira. And you, Carla, knows a lot more about him.
É verdade, estávamos então a falar daqui do Luís Ferreira, que vai representar Portugal já nesta primeira eliminatória, ele que foi também o segundo classificado no Campeonato da Europa que decorreu há um mês em Pontevedra. Tem também excelentes prestações na pista, é um atleta muito versátil. Vamos aguardar para ver o que é que ele vai fazer aqui nesta Taça do Mundo.
And on English.
Luís Ferreira is an excellent paddler that takes the second place in the European Championship that took place 1 month ago in in Spain. It's a very a good peddler with good results, not only in marathon but also in sprint.
Yes, and that is the local guy here that we will watch on lane 8, boat number 308. But we have 13 more boats in this heat. Lane number 1 is 301 from Germany, Tobias Heuser. Lane number 2 is 302 from Portugal, Pedro Paiva. Lane number 3 is 303 from Germany, Erik Trocha. And lane number 4 is 304, also from Germany, Sebastian Lück. 305 on lane number 5 is Emil Skosäge from Denmark, and we know that the Danish paddlers are really good marathon guys, having great heritage back home in this Viking country of Denmark. Lane number 6 is 306 from Great Britain, Luke Shaw. Jim, do you know anything about him?
Well, I think the situation is that these events here are for trials for the team for the World Championships. But Stefan, I think we need to just pass over to the starter now, because he'll be calling up people onto the start line.
Absolutely so. We just go through the start list until it's finalized. Lane number 7 is 307 from Belgium, Olivier Ost. 309 is Christian Olsen, also from Denmark, who also participated in the European Championships in Pontevedra earlier this summer. He finished 11th there. Lane number 10 is 310, Lucas Möller from Germany. 311 is from Portugal, Gonzalo Ramalho. And 312 is Great Britain, David Hatton. 313 is Portugal, Gil Fernandez. And 314 is from Spain. He's from Colombia, Samuel Martinez. The paddlers are now lining up there at the start pontoon. What about the river?
So we're just... So those who are watching on the live streaming can see the start list for this first heat of the junior men's up on the screen. We had hoped to have a starting gate system here, but it's been difficult to get it installed, and at the moment we're using the pontoon.
The river is quite shallow. It's just a little bit more than 1.5 meter or so, the depth here at the starting line. And off they are. The race has started. The first race of this World Cup. This World Cup that we are watching now. The short track marathon, 3.4 kilometers, and we are watching the heats of K1 men juniors.
So the river conditions here are very, very good. The start is with the flow. There's a small amount of flow. The wind today, this afternoon, is blowing against the paddlers as they go down to the bottom, to the top turn. Sorry, the bottom turn. They're going down to the bottom turn just in front of the railway, or the road bridge, and you'll see some very good shots from both the cameras on the area of the portaging and also the camera actually on that bridge. So
and the top three now, when they paddle just under 400 meters, is Luis Ferreira. Luis Ferreira from Portugal is in the lead, and he's on his watch stays Erik Trocha from Germany on his far left-hand side, and on his right-hand side is Lukas Möller, also from Germany. So it is Germany, and Portugal. Portugal in the lead.
So the paddlers just coming up. Sorry, the paddlers just coming up to the bottom turn, just in front of that beautiful old road bridge, and it's Portugal leading into that first turn.
Seems to paddle quite easy. And on his watch stays the two German guys still, Erik Trocha and Lukas Möller. And it is tight, as it should be on these heats in short track, just 3.4 kilometers with two portages. So coming down now from the bridge is just 500 meters to the second portage.
Yeah. So when you look at the times up on the screen, you'll see that the lead boat is indicated there, but then it's got a rolling recording of the going round the turn, and you see that the number 8 is showing on the screen at the moment. We'll try and get this system improved as the weekend goes on, but we can see that Luis Ferreira is leading out of the race at the moment. He's got Germany in 3:03 on his wash. Great Britain boat is there in third or fourth place. Another German boat.
And we know that the sensors in the top turn is suffering from the heat. They were so hot it was impossible to touch them, so they will be a little bit interfered up there, but we will have better results from here. But Ferreira is in the lead, and Germany, Erik Trocha is on his wash, and 8 seconds behind is second group that was shown on the graphics there. So soon into the first portage. First bottom turn and then the first portage.
Okay. So the leading boats are going past the start pontoon down to the bottom, so up to the top turn on the course, round those buoys and then back to the portage. So Portugal's leading from Germany at this stage.
Portugal and Germany into the first portage, and it's quite an interesting portage. It's beach, we used to say beach portaging, where paddlers are heading for the beach and jump out their boats and running for 100 meters or so and jump in again in the water on a second beach. So it's Ferreira. Ferreira is making an effort now to try to break free. And it's Portugal, it's Ferreira from Portugal that is in the lead in the first portage, and he's running as fast as his legs can carry him for the first portage of this event, and it's Portugal in the lead. Portugal, the great marathon nation of Portugal, is now running across this first portage. And he has a lead of about 10 seconds or so to Germany. Germany, that is 303, Eric Trocha. And then follows Luke Shaw from Great Britain, and Tobias Heuser also from Germany, and then Lukas Möller from Germany.
Okay, so we have to remember that to qualify for the final, it's the first three boats plus the four fastest times over the two heats. So the boys have completed their first lap as they go over the portage here.
Aqui está o Jim de lembrar que apenas os três primeiros classificados garantem acesso direto à final.
So over the portage we had Ferreira in the lead, and then 8.3 seconds after him is Trocha from Germany, and then Shaw from Great Britain, 12 seconds behind, Heuser from Germany, 14 seconds behind, and Müller from Germany, 18 seconds behind. On sixth place is Hatton, Great Britain. Seventh is Olsen from Denmark, 25 seconds behind. Eighth is Luke from Germany. Ninth is Paiva from Portugal, 32 seconds behind. So they are still pretty close, all of them.
Very good close-up shot there of Luis from Ferreira from Portugal, leading this race very comfortably. Not surprising, really, because he was the silver medalist at the Europeans 3 or 4 weeks ago. And he's going round that bottom turn for the second time.
Nice and comfortable for him, securing his position in the final tomorrow morning. Top three directly qualified for the finals, and then the four best times from both heats.
So Luke Shaw from Great Britain established himself well in the second position round that bottom turn. This river level is being controlled by two barrages, and it's probably at its maximum level at the moment. And we can see that even then it's pretty shallow, and there are some rocks around, and you can see probably from one of the shots the gentleman sitting in the middle of the river on a rock who's taking some photographs.
Watch Ferreira there. He's really doing this very well. Seems to be in a very, very good shape. Luis Ferreira from Portugal.
So the next group of three, it's Great Britain with two German boats, all tussling it out for that third qualifying spot at the moment by the looks of it. But still 1.5 laps to go. So we've done about 1,500 metres so far.
It's David Hutton from Great Britain, 3-1-2 there, who is leading the second group, together with Erik Trocha from Germany and Tobias Heuser also from Germany. Two of them will be directly qualified for the final if they are lucky enough to, or skillful enough to finalize this second portage and the second lap in the same good pace. And the other guys need to pedal as fast as they can. because it's the 4 best times from both heats that count for final.
So Ferreira's round that top turn for the second time, coming into the second portage. It's a very comfortable portage here, very nice sloping sandy beach, pretty shallow run up to the straight, 150 metres straight on the grass. Very comfortable conditions for portaging. Check.
Louis Ferreira on his final portage in this heat. Silver medalist from European Championships in long distance marathon some weeks ago in Pontevedra is now in a comfortable lead in this first heat in the junior men K1.
So though it's a nice sandy bank, it is a little bit steep. So paddlers have to be careful as they get out of their boat. Yeah. So David Hatton from Great Britain is just over that portage in second place from Germany. You can see at this stage that the hot conditions here are having an effect on these paddlers even at this stage. It's over 30 degrees here this afternoon, although there is a nice cool breeze blowing straight down the course.
And it is Ferreira, Hatton, Heuser that currently has the three qualification positions, followed by Trocha, Skosager and Luck. Shaw follows 7th position, and after that Olsen from Denmark on 8th. 9th is Ost from Belgium. 10th is Fernandez from Portugal. 11th is Müller from Germany, and followed by Paiva from Portugal. That is the total list of results when it is just 600 meters or so to go for Ferreira.
So a good shot from the road bridge of the bottom turn. Ferreira looks very, very comfortable.
I think he feels really pleased now. He have done what he should, and he's just heading in a very comfortable pace towards the finish. Saving some strength for tomorrow, don't you think so, Jim?
That would be the logical thing to do. With the temperature here, we say is about 33, 34 this afternoon. So you save as much as you can for tomorrow. Tomorrow morning is for the final. So shot there in second place of David Hatton from Great Britain.
Same is valid for him. He's doing exactly what he should and not more. Saving some strength for tomorrow, and then it will be a lot tougher on the third qualification position between the two Germans there. It is the day in Skosager that is up now and are fighting for the third qualification position. Denmark, Emil Skosager is there. Past Trocha and is now heading to try to get a third position from Heuser. Winner of the first heat is Luis Ferreira.
And coming in to take the second spot, David Hatton from Great Britain, boat 3-1-12.
And the third position is Tobias Heuser from Germany. And these three guys are directly qualified for the final, followed by Emil Skogsager from Denmark. He has to rely on the time. And then it's tougher between Erik Trocha and his teammate Sebastian Luck.
So the last 4 or 5 paddlers coming in to finish that first heat. Obviously the people who are 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th are going to be interested in the time in the next heat to see how they get on for whether they qualify for tomorrow morning's final. So Stefan is going to speak to 1 or 2 people, hopefully, on the at the finishing line. The first 4 boats in the race come out and get their boats checked for race control. Remaining paddlers go down to disembark just down by the start pontoons. So it's just coming over the line to finish is Samuel Martez from Colombia. Wonderful to see people travelling so far to take part in this event. Very good. So it's now 10 minutes to the start of the second heat.
Luis Ferreira, congratulations to the position in the final.
Parabéns pela tua primeira posição e a primeira chegada à final.
Foi uma prova dura, do início ao fim, onde tentei meter o meu ritmo no início para fazer com que fosse mais difícil os outros chegarem à portagem, visto que eu sou um bocado mais lento que eles a correr. Então foi uma prova difícil.
It was a hard race. It tried to maintain his rhythm, but everything went well, but it was a hard race.
It was a hard race. How was the course?
Como é que estava o campo?
Estava um dia difícil, com muito vento. Não temos muita água para remar. Preciso saber nos colocar dentro da pista e foi até ao final.
It was difficult. It has to think how to put in the course, but it was hard till the end.
And compared to your silver medal in the European Championships on long distances, how is this short distances? Is it as hard to paddle as the long?
Comparativamente com as longas distâncias, como é que é fazer esta prova? É mais difícil?
Para mim esta prova é mais fácil devido eu ser um atleta preparado para distâncias curtas e foi mais fácil do que fazer uma maratona de 22 km.
For him, it was easier to do this because he is an athlete prepared to do a short distance.
Okay, so you are looking forward to the final tomorrow now.
Estás preparado para a final amanhã?
Sim, estou preparado para dar o meu melhor e para ver o que é que pode acontecer. Tudo pode acontecer na final.
Luis Ferreira.
So those who are joining the live streaming a little bit late today, we just have a quick recap on the course for you. We're in a very beautiful part of Portugal, north of Porto, for those who know the country, just below the Spanish border. And we're on a river which is controlled by dams, and the river flow from the mountains close by is going down past us at the race start, the race portage area. The level is controlled by the dam, so it's a pretty fixed level for the weekend, but it is shallow in places still.
And we are looking forward to the second heat in the junior men K1. 3.4 kilometers here, and on lane 1, bout number 321 is Lasse Lausberg from Germany. On lane 2 is 322 Portugal, Nuno Cruz, the paddler from Crestuma, who was 5th in the European Championships a couple of weeks ago. On lane 3 is 323 from Portugal, and from PRADO, from this nautical club here at this river, Hugo Barros. And Carla, who is he?
Well, Hugo Barros, the best results this year was the 3rd place in the national championship in Portugal in K1, and he also was get the 4th place in the World Cup in the Portugal Cup in K2 with the athlete José Braga. It was a competition that took place in Dark in March.
And boat number 324 on lane 4 is Carl Hansen from Denmark. Lane 5 is 325 from Germany, Luka Javorek. 326 on lane 6 is Oscar McKittrick from Great Britain. Lane 7, Portugal again, 327, Francisco Barbosa, 328, Germany, Bennett Ellenberg, 329 is on lane number 9, from Denmark, Rasmus Madsen. Lane 10 is 330, from Great Britain, Christopher Carson. 331 from the Netherlands is Sjerd Dingerink, and 332 on lane 12, from Germany, Benedict Kraft. Lane 13 from Portugal, Thiago Sousa, and lane 14, 334 from Colombia, Juan Calderon. It is a couple of minutes to the start, and these juniors, Jim, it's quite unpredictable, these races.
Yes, as I think we've said, the lots of countries, particularly Spain and Portugal, are using this weekend as a final selection race before they pick their team for the World Championships in Brandenburg in the middle of September. So very important weekend for a lot of the youngsters here particularly. And it's great to see that we've got new faces on the scene coming out and racing on the international stage.
Very much so, and we have a record number of entries to this short track marathon that is quite new in the ICF on the ICF agenda. We have done it a couple of races before, but this is definitely the largest. So they are doing heats, and the best three from each heat is directly qualified for the final, and the final is tomorrow morning, and then they are followed by the 4 best times from both heats. Meaning that we will have 10 athletes in the final tomorrow.
Rudheiser, the starter for the event, is communicating now with the paddlers on the course and be calling them up to the start pontoon very soon. They're just coming forward now. As I said, we had hoped to have the new start gate system here, but it's with the changing levels in this river, it's proved difficult to get it installed. Unfortunately, it wasn't until yesterday that they were able to bring the river level up to this competition level. Under normal circumstances, the river flows naturally, and it's a lot shallower than it is at the moment. So it's come up about 1 metre from its normal level at this time of the year.
But it is a wonderful river. It's a wonderful surroundings for marathon paddling. It's quite shallow, but the water is fresh and quite cold, around 20, whilst it is close to between 30 and 35 in there.
Aqui estão então o Jim e o Steven vão falando das excelentes condições que existem aqui em Prado. Estão a antecipar também os resultados do dia da manhã, uma vez que há apenas 10 lugares na final, nesta categoria Canoe Júnior, numa altura em que estamos já a assistir a imagens dos atletas que vão alinhar para a segunda eliminatória em que participam os atletas nacionais, Nuno Cruz, quinto classificado no Campeonato da Europa, também Hugo Barros, atleta aqui do Clube Náutico de Prado, terceiro lugar no Campeonato Nacional de Maratona e quarto lugar na Taça de Portugal de Maratona. Temos também a participação de Francisco Barbosa, também do Náutico de Prado, e de Tiago Souza, atleta do Ligadura. Vamos aguardar então pela prestação destes 4 atletas portugueses que vão participar nesta segunda eliminatória.
So the starters calling the boys up to the reversing onto the start pontoon. So Rudheiser is just getting everybody back onto the pontoon. Got some marshals on there who are checking out to make sure that all the boats are reversed back up correctly. Some willing volunteers from the local village are helping her here with the holding the boats. Seem to have 1 or 2 boats in the slightly wrong position, so quick change there. It's always a random draw for these events. So we've got a camera up in the sky there, as you can see, on one of these dangerous things that fly around over the rivers and towns these days. but it's very useful for a job like this. Last 2 or 3 boats coming into position.
Imagens aéreas antes do sinal de partida para a segunda e última eliminatória em Canoe Júnior.
This is the type of stuff I like to see, yes. I think it's much better to understand.
So the second heat is underway. 3.4 kilometres, off they go.
Foi já dado o sinal de partida para esta segunda eliminatória.
It's once again Portugal. It's Tiago Sousa who is taking the lead. Tiago Sousa followed by Denmark, who is setting up the speed here on the right-hand side.
So it's Spain in 3rd place, Great Britain in 4th, and Portugal in 5th as they go down to the bottom turn for the first time. Remember, it's 3 laps, total distance about 3.4 kilometres.
So it's Tiago Sousa in the lead. It's Rasmus Madsen from Denmark on his outside, and it is Joan Calderon actually from Colombia that is following there on his right hand side. Colombia in the top among the top 3. That was interesting.
Yes, he's come a long way, that lad, and it's to be taking part in this event, so very good. He'll be very happy to be in that first bunch on that first leg. I'm sure he's got no idea of his standard in relation to the rest of the boats here, so we'll see, and we see from the camera shot just before the bridge. Portugal
yes, and the short track was introduced actually in Colombia in the World Games there, 2013, where we did a little bit longer, but the same concept, heats and finals. So maybe it's inspired from that.
Aqui estamos a ver imagens da viragem. Na liderança, Tiago Sousa, o português, a seu lado, o colombiano Juan Calderón. Vamos aguardar pelo desenrolar desta prova eliminatória.
So a group of 5 probably in that, going around that bottom turn for the first time. It looks like Denmark moving through on the inside there.
As well as Nuno Cruz from Canoe, Denmark. It's Rasmus Madsen who is taking the lead there on the inner side, and also Nuno Cruz from Canoe, Portugal, on his outside, together with Tiago Sousa.
And the shot we have now is from a boat which is following the race, just keeping roughly at the same speed. I'm sure they've been instructed not to interfere with the race as it comes down to the bottom turn, but an interesting shot anyway, and gives you a good idea of what it's like in the paddling very close to the bank there as they're going upstream at the moment.
And that is Sjord Dingerink from Netherlands. The Netherlands that had a good heritage in marathon, good paddlers previously competing on the top of the world level. Maybe they are on the run once again. But in the lead now is Denmark. Denmark by Rasmus Madsen, who is keeping up the speed of this heat.
Numa altura em que os atletas se encontram em frente à zona de portagem, na liderança desta prova está o dinamarquês Rasmus Madsen, logo de seguido dos 2 portugueses. Vamos aguardar uma vez mais ali nas posições 2 e 3, Tiago Sousa e Nuno Cruz.
He's increasing now his speed into the turn to prepare for the portage. It's really important to keep initiative into such demanding portage as this first one. Is followed closely by Nuno Cruz from Portugal. It's the two of them that have created a slight gap to
E ali Nuno,
Chris Carlson, I think, in third
Yeah.
place there, Stefan.
yeah.
Steven vai referindo que vai subindo o atleta Nuno Cruz ali na zona de viragem. Vamos aguardar pela performance nas portagens, que podem sempre ditar algumas alterações.
So leading boats coming downstream now through into the portage. No feeding in this short track racing. Obviously not necessary, one hopes.
So it's Rasmus Madsen followed by Nuno Cruz. Rasmus Madsen and Nuno Cruz into their first portage. Denmark and Portugal.
Cá está uma vez mais o atleta português na frente a realizar a sua primeira portagem em Nuno Cruz, atleta de Crestuma. O segundo atleta também a terminar a sua primeira portagem.
And then
é o
follows
dinamarquês
Christopher
Madsen.
Carlson from Great Britain on third position, and on fourth is Thiago Sousa from Portugal. Fifth is Carl Hansen from Denmark. And Madsen had a very unlucky jump into the boat. Causes some crashes there, getting his boat in front of his fellow competitors, which made Nuno Cruz to get away.
Alguma
Really well done of Nuno Cruz.
Ali alguma confusão no regresso à linha de água, no regresso ao cávado por parte das embarcações que terminaram a sua primeira portagem. E de novo imagens de Nuno Cruz, que nesta altura vai liderando esta segunda eliminatória em K1 Júnior.
So it's Nuno Cruz now that is in the lead after that accident. Actually, it was Madsen who missed when he should jump into the boat. He had an accident there and fell out and got his boat cross over the course and caused fellow competitors to run into him. So Nuno Cruz used that.
Alguma infelicidade do dinamarquês no regresso ao Rio Cávado, ficou para trás, vai ganhando vantagem então o português Nuno Cruz.
Good shot from the road bridge as the boys go round that bottom turn for the second time. Nuno Cruz has established a 150-metre lead after that problems at the end of the first portage there. It's all very well to run very fast over the portage, but you've got to get into your boat nice and cleanly.
300 viewers at the moment. 300 viewers.
Isto numa altura em que assistimos às imagens dos atletas que terminaram uma viragem junto à ponte de Prado.
And the second position now is Christopher Carlson, Great Britain. And it is divided now into two distinctive groups after the leading Nuno Cruz.
Yeah, there's four boats battling out for that second group now, Stefan. They've joined together after coming around that bottom turn. Paddling very close to the bank, you'll see. They have to be careful down there because there are definitely some rocks on the underneath those trees. There's not really a great deal of flow, so it's not necessary to, in my view, to paddle so tight to the bank. But they've got to go round the end of the pontoon, so they've got to be reasonably well over that side.
And it is Benedict Kraft who gained some ground on the accident here, and now is doing quite a good race. Benedict Kraft from Germany, who holds the second position now, just before Christopher Carson from Great Britain. And of course, Madsen, Rasmus Madsen is there. And I think he's quite disappointed now, but might be able to secure a position for the finals, as it is 3 guys that is directly qualified for the finals.
And we got the second GB boat in that group of 4, Oscar McKendrick.
So into the last turn here. For Nuno Cruz, who has as comfortable lead as his teammate in the previous heat, Luis Ferreira, when he's approaching this final bottom turn.
Na liderança, Nuno Cruz, no grupo perseguidor, mais 4 embarcações. Vamos aguardar numa altura em que ele está a fazer mais uma rondagem e se aproxima da segunda portagem.
So round the top turn for the second time, Nuno Cruz has established a good 100 metres lead now. Perhaps it's reducing a little bit as that group of 4 behind worked hard on that upstream leg to make up the ground.
Once again, Portugal also in this junior heat. The great marathon nation of Portugal that have developed such good paddlers over the years, following in the footstep of José Ramalho, their great European champion of 2016. It is Nuno Cruz from Portugal leading the second heat of this World Cup.
Cá está Nuno Cruz a realizar a sua segunda portagem. Os atletas portugueses com vantagem a jogar em casa. De resto, Portugal com grande tradição e resultados em provas de maratona.
As you'd expect, the Nuno is getting a really good support as he goes over the portage. Which, Germany and Denmark fighting it out for the second and third place, followed by the 2 British boats. What they boys have got to remember, of course, is that they've got to put everything into getting the second and third place, and of course then the 4th and 5th to give themselves good time. This race looks to be possibly a bit slower than the one before, so it's all about how fast that leading group are going to be able to do.
Yes. The second group must go really fast now because it is Oscar McKittrick and it is Christopher Carson, both from Great Britain, that holds the 4th and 5th position, and Rasmus Madsen holds the 3rd position now and is currently he has a position for the final despite of his accident on the first portage, and also Benedict Kraft from Germany are there among the 4 paddlers fighting for the 2 positions into the final after Nuno Cruz, who has secured his lead in this heat.
Steven vai falando da liderança consolidada de Nuno Cruz nesta segunda eliminatória. Passam à final as 3 primeiras embarcações e ainda os 3 melhores tempos. Há apenas 10 lugares na final de amanhã. O público também vai puxando bastante pelos atletas portugueses. Foi isso que fez quando aqui passaram Hugo Barros e Tiago Souza, atletas que também representam as divisas portuguesas.
Good shot there from the camera on the road bridge as Nuno goes round that bottom turn for the last time. So straight from that turn to the finishing line. So that second group of 4 behind him have got to work really hard to try and get that second and third position, but even more so to make sure they get a time to qualify for the final.
Exactly so, and I think they are aware of that. They are going quite fast there now. We see both Portugal and Denmark moving as quick as they can around the final turning buoy.
De novo, imagens da liderança em português. Segunda posição nesta altura para o germânico Kraft. Terceiro lugar para o finlandês Hansen. Manter-se assim serão os atletas que passam para a final a decorrer amanhã de manhã.
So just 100 meters more to go for Nuno Cruz. That has relaxed a little bit during this lap from the porters and the 1 kilometer to pedal here, making the second group closing the gap, as they of course need the speed to qualify. So another victory in the heats for Portugal by Nuno Cruz.
Cá está então, estamos a assistir à chegada de Nuno Cruz, a carimbar passagem direta à final, também a embarcação número 322.
And then follow Benedikt Kraft from Germany and Carl Hansen from Denmark, who qualified directly to the finals. And then
Chris Carlson there in fourth place, and Oscar McKendrick also from Great Britain in fifth. So those two boys will be waiting and watching the time in that race in relation to the previous one. And coming over in sixth place is Bennett Endenberg from Germany.
Na final estará também Rasmus Madsen, atleta da Finlândia, que chegou em terceiro lugar.
So Nuno Cruz won the second heat, and the second position has Benedikt Kraft and then Denmark Carl Hansen on third position. These three are directly qualified for the final, and all these results that we are reading of are of course preliminary. The final results will be announced later on.
We haven't had any indications on those first two races, Stefan, of any problems on the course. Bearing in mind that you have marshals at the turns, checking that everybody paddles around the course in a fair manner, and there's no indication from that anything went wrong in those first two races. So that's the conclusion of the junior men's racing. And we now move on to the first heat of the men's C1, which is 10 minutes.
And that give us time for some interviews then.
So first four boats are coming off to get checked out by the boat marshal. Coming up across the portage here as the rest of the boats go up and get out of their boats where they entered, in fact. So it's only 8 minutes now to the start of the first heat of the C1, 10 boats in this race.
Jim vai então dando indicações, diz então que faltam menos de 10 minutos para avançarmos com a terceira eliminatória deste primeiro dia de Taça do Mundo de Maratona que decorre em Portugal. Será a primeira eliminatória em C1, mais um circuito pequeno. Os atletas vão então realizar 3 voltas e 2 portagens, fazendo um percurso de 3,4 km, à semelhança das 2 eliminatórias em K1 a que acabamos de assistir.
Nuno Cruz, congratulations to your position in the final.
Well, thank you very much.
How was the heat?
Well, it was a bit tough in the beginning because I'm not very good at sprints, but after being in the front of the race, it was only to try to carry on till the end, to try to win.
So you are a true marathoner
Yes, I'm a marathoner.
from Krstuma?
Yeah, from Costuma.
And you are used to paddle in this hot weather.
Yes, it is usually hot there. Not as it is today here, but it's usually very hot too.
You like this hot weather?
Yeah, I like it's a bit tough because we need to drink and that, but I like it.
Is it better on the lake than up here at this podium? Is the hot weather a little bit less on the river than on this podium?
Yes, on the river it's a bit less because we catch some water and it is more easier to finish the race.
So it's always better to be in a boat than on land.
Yeah, it is better. Yes.
Good luck for tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will.
In a Portuguese marathon championship, and also 3rd place in Portugal Cup in C1. Okay, 3rd place national. Okay. Nuno Barros, this year he won 11 medals. Okay. Bronze, 3rd place in Pontevedra, European Championship. He won last week the Costuma Marathon, okay? And Portuguese champion in C1 and C2. Yes, this year, okay? 11 medals, only in this year. Yes. It's a great performance.
So 5 minutes now to the men's C1 race. First heat.
Estamos então em contagem decrescente, faltam 5 minutos para avançarmos com a primeira eliminatória nas canoas monolugares por Portugal. Contamos com a participação de Fábio Lopes, de Nuno Barros, de Filipe Vieira e de Pedro Vieira.
doesn't matter. It's better than when it's
Okay.
so, and it's a lot of Portuguese viewers. Well,
Okay.
at least 100 Portuguese.
Okay. I will do that. Thank you. Estamos a assistir à grelha de partida para a regata número 3, primeira eliminatória em C1 masculino. Uma prova onde vão marcar presença Nuno Barros, atleta veterano. Em 2016 já arrecadou 11 medalhas. Ele que trouxe o bronze para Portugal há um mês de Pontevedra no Campeonato da Europa. Semana passada venceu a 35ª edição da Maratona Internacional de Crestuma. É campeão nacional em C1 e C2 em parelha com Rui Lacerda e também venceu a Taça de Portugal em C1 e C2, desta vez com João Amorim. Em prova estarão também Filipe Vieira, atleta do Sporting Clube de Portugal, segundo classificado em C2, com André Machado, atleta do Ligadura. Pedro Vieira é o outro atleta do Ligadura que conquistou em 2016 o terceiro lugar no Campeonato Nacional de C2, em parceria com José Rocha Machado e também repetiu a proeza na Taça de Portugal.
And we are looking forward to the first heat for C1 men. We have 2 heats, 10 bouts in each for C1 men. And in this first heat, we have some very, very good paddlers, of course. One of the very best ones is the Portuguese C1 paddler Nuno Barros, that have won so many medals over the years in different championships, all the way from quite long ago, 2009, I think it was, in Crestuma, when we first saw him winning medals. Nuno Barros from Portugal. He has boat number 655. And then Jakub Presina from Czech Republic, boat 651, also a very experienced guy. Bench Dory, Jim, from Hungary, he's also really good.
Well, we're not. He didn't take part in the European Championships this year, so in his C1. But I'm sure he wouldn't be here if he wasn't a good C1 paddler from Hungary. So we'd be interested to see how he does. He may well be a short distance paddler, so we have to see how that works out. And just as we're looking at now, the starter, Rudheiser, is calling the boats down to reverse up to the start pontoon. So 10 boats in this first heat of the men's C1.
Yes, and Dory has actually quite good marathon results previously as well. Boat 653 is Fabio Lopez from Portugal. 654 is Roman Erlenikov from Russia. 656 is Tanguy Soche from France. 657 is Filipe Vieira from Portugal. 658 is from Colombia, Carlos Ospina. And 659 from Portugal, Pedro Vieira, and 660 from Spain, Manuel Campos. We know a lot about Manuel Campos, Jim.
Yes, we've seen him on many a competition in his C2 as well, I think, Stefan. So we're just very interesting, very high quality race here at the World Cups event.
Yes,
these boys are all racing for their national spot at the World Championships, of course, so that's why they're here. That's why they're doing this.
Yes, Manuel Campos, who won the European Championships in Pontevedra on his home water in Pontevedra a couple of weeks ago. where he was beating Martin Köver, and it was the opposite way around in the World Championships in Györ last year, where Köver was beating Campos.
Aqui os nossos comentadores a anteciparem uma eliminatória bastante renhida entre os atletas. Foi já dado o sinal de partida.
And this first heat in the men's C1 is away. 9 boats out on the course there, so one boat hasn't turned up. I think it might be the Russian boat who was on the start sheet, but I don't think he's there.
Antecipa-se então uma prova renhida entre o espanhol Manuel Campos, Nuno Barros em representação de Portugal, e os atletas checos e húngaros são sempre fortes candidatos à vitória.
And as what I could see is it is Manuel Campos without a number there in the lead, and on his left-hand side is Nuno Barros from Portugal.
Parece que os atletas a jogar em casa vão ganhando a liderança. Nesta altura vai na frente da prova Nuno Barros, atleta do Clube Náutico de Ponte de Lima.
And on the screens now, it's a very interesting view. We can see them lining up now with one canoe pulling the group, and they are all in quite unusual way forming a marathon group. But this is just because it's short distance, short track. They are just doing 3 laps and now are fighting for taking initiative in the first turn, coming up pretty soon.
I think that was a very unusual shot, a unique shot probably for World Cups event anyway, with the camera on that little flying machine that spies on people as they go down rivers.
De facto, uma prova pouco usual, muito equilibrada nesta altura na liderança, numa altura em que estão a realizar a primeira viragem o espanhol Manuel Campos.
So definitely in the lead there with the outer boat number is Manuel Campos going round the bottom turn for the first time. Second place is Nuno, the local hero in his C1.
And third is Hungary by Ben Story.
E vamos então aguardando para ver se estas apostas iniciais dos comentadores da ICF se concretizam. Para já vai na frente então a Manuel Campos, o atleta espanhol, tudo muito equilibrado nas canoas monolugares.
So the top group is Manuel Campos, Nuno Barros and Ben Story.
Na frente o espanhol, ele que é seguido pelo português Nuno Barros.
Then follows Roman Erlikov from Russia on 4th position.
Posição 4 para o atleta da Rússia, Roman Erlikov.
So the leading group, going upstream on the far bank from where we're commentating from and viewing from, where the portage is. Very close to the bank, these boys. They've gone inside a larger group, a large rock formation with reeds on it. So they must have checked this course out very carefully to make sure they can do that comfortably.
They're lining up nicely now into the turn and to the first portage, with Manuel Campos in the lead, Nuno Barros on the second position together with Ben Story. Fourth is Roman Erlikov from Russia. Fifth is Jakub Persina from Czech Republic, and sixth is Fabio Lopez from Portugal. That's the top 6 into this turn.
Cá estava o Steven a referir o top 6 nesta altura da prova, numa altura em que o espanhol Manuel Campos, que lidera, está a fazer rondagem para, dentro de breves metros, iniciar a sua primeira portagem.
So the leading group strung out without any hassle at all, going round that top turn for the first time as they come into the portage. And it's Manuel Campos leading into the portage. Interesting to watch the styles of the C1s getting out of their boat. Look at that, nice and comfortable. Step straight out and up the bank.
He told me in Pontevedra that he had practiced that quite a lot, Manuel Campos, and here he comes, the European champion with so many medals in world events over the years, in the lead in this first heat in C1. Followed by Nuno Barros, Portugal, and then Russia, and then Portugal Hungary, Ben Story, of course, Ben Story, and Jakub Persina.
Então, no top 3, na frente, Manuel Campos, atleta que é 4 anos mais novo que o segundo classificado, o nosso Nuno Barros. Terceira posição nesta altura para o russo, o atleta Roman Erlikov.
Comfortably into the water again at the end of the portage. No problems there on these C1 paddlers. Some of them getting in very comfortably, moving boat, jumping in. Very, very clever.
O Jim vai referindo também as acrobacias a que por vezes assistimos no regresso à linha de água. Aqui que estamos a assistir a esta Taça do Mundo a partir de Portugal, aqui com o belíssimo Rio Cávado em pano de fundo.
So, in the lead is Manuel Campos. Second is Nuno Barros, together with Roman Erlikov from Russia. 1,000-meter paddlers originally, Roman Erlikov. And that's one of the beauties with these short track marathons, that it allows also non-marathon specialists to get into the race in a good way.
Indeed, but we have to see how they get on Sunday in the full distance race.
Yes, and it is also the challenge of the portages, the portaging technique. But here it is beach portages, and the beach portage is a little bit easier to learn, but also a little bit quicker if you are skillful in it.
Cá estamos a assistir às imagens das embarcações que vão na liderança. Também a seguir a este grupo perseguidor, o atleta húngaro Ben Story.
So Nuno Barros is second still, after Manuel Campos, that is now on the screen.
About halfway through the race now. Again, C1's paddling very close to that bank as they come upstream.
Current is not that strong anymore. They have dams down the river that is closed currently to increase the water level of the river. But
Há pouco
seemingly they have it is a little bit of current there as we see them go so close to the bank.
Estava a referir que há pouco nas imagens assistíamos à prestação do atleta francês Tanguy e Chauchayer, também aqui em prova nesta Taça do Mundo.
Got a very good shot there from the camera, which is running above the portage area, taking a shot across the river. Technology with this camera work is improving all the time, and we're very lucky to have such a good quality camera operation here this weekend.
Jim vai referindo o privilégio que temos com estas imagens aéreas, imagens que conseguimos assistir em frente aqui a partir desta zona de portagem e, portanto, vamos assistindo com bastante proximidade ao desenrolar desta eliminatória na Taça do Mundo. Recordo que assistimos à primeira eliminatória em C1, prova em que participam 10 atletas.
So it's Campos, and it's Campos in the lead, and now it's actually Jakob Brzezina, the experienced Czech Republic paddler, that holds the second position with Nuno Barros on his wash around this turn. Cleverly paddled of Barros there, resting a bit on the wash. Roman Erlenikov is now on the fourth position. It's shifting quite a bit in these races, which it should in short track. That's the meaning of it.
And we can see that Manuel Campos, he took quite a wide approach to the portage and now has turned sharply into it. Obviously tested out what's the best operation here. Steps straight out of his boat, picks his boat up, and he's away.
Manuel Campos, Spain, his final portage in this first heat of C1 men.
O espanhol Manuel Campos, de novo a realizar portagem, sua segunda portagem, ele que lidera a prova em C1 Sénior.
Jakob Brzezina, Nuno Barros, heading for the third position. Second and third position, and also Erlenikov that is struggling a little bit more in this portage than the other two, I think. We haven't seen him around on the marathon courses before, so maybe that's why.
Então o checo Jakob Brzezina a ganhar vantagem a Nuno Barros nesta segunda portagem, quarta posição nesta altura para o atleta russo Roman Erlenikov.
And fifth is Fabio Lopes from Portugal, and sixth is Ben Story from Hungary.
So again at the end of portage, nice and neatly into their boats. No problems at this stage.
E agora no regresso ao cávado o atleta húngaro Bence Dori.
Can we ask the team manager from Spain, team leader from Spain, please report to the chief official, Jon Kronberg. Thank you.
So now just around this final turn up there.
Pede-se então a comparência do representante da equipa de Espanha aqui na zona de staff. Comparência de representante de Espanha aqui na tenda de controle.
So round the bottom turn for the last time, the leading boats. Manuel Campos nice and neatly round there, coming down to the finish. Have to remember that it's the first three boats in each of the two heats that qualify for the final, plus the four fastest times over the two heats. So a 10-boat final we're looking for.
Jim, recordar que passam à final as 3 primeiras embarcações e ainda os 4 melhores tempos.
And obviously something happened to Nuno Barros. He's now down to 4th position with only 400 meters more to go. Spain in the lead, of course. Manuel Campos, he don't allow anyone to catch him now. And it's Jakob Persina and it is Roman Erlinikov. So something happened to Barros up here on the final stage into the turn.
We can see up the course that Nuno is sitting down in the bottom of his boat, so he didn't look too well when he was going over that last portage, Stefan, I thought. So maybe he's not 100%.
Estão então aqui a referir que algo aconteceu a Nuno Barros, ele que nesta fase derradeira da prova caiu para a 4ª posição, aparentemente parecia não estar nas melhores condições na realização da 2ª portagem. Atenção então à chegada do espanhol Manuel Campos.
So, securing his position in the final, Manuel Campos. And second is Jakob Persina from Czech Republic. Also, he securing his final position. And Roman Erlinikov is also doing that. Interesting to have a new guy, P1 paddler in the final.
Então vamos relembrar os 3 atletas que carimbaram passagem direta à final. São eles o espanhol que chegou na frente, o Manuel, também segunda posição para o atleta checo.
And it is Fabio
lugar.
Lopez that is heading for the 4th position. We'll see if his time will be good enough for the final. And 5th is Nuno Barros. And 6th is Tanguy Saucher from France.
Entretanto, foram chegando mais atletas, entre os quais o português Fábio Lopes, que chegou na frente de Nuno Barros. Vamos verificar se o tempo é suficiente para o integrar na final de amanhã.
Then Ben Story from Hungary. That seems to take it easy, suffering from the heat, and probably saving some strength for the long distance on Sunday.
Place to the Czech. The second one is the Czech. Relembrando então, apuraram-se para a final de amanhã. Primeira posição para o espanhol Manuel Barros. O segundo atleta a chegar foi o checo Jaruk Brezina. Terceira posição para Roman Erlinikov, atleta russo.
And Felipe Vieira also finished there. We lost his number. And also now Carlos Ospina from Colombia. That finalized this first heat of the men's C1 within a little bit less than 10 minutes. We will have the start of the second heat. So while we wait for that, it's time for a cup of coffee or some water if you are here on the venue, suffering or enjoying the hot summer weather here in Portugal, Vila Verde, this afternoon.
It's also possible, Stefan, to have a glass of beer if you play your cards right. Maybe you might like to to buy me one.
Aqui estão então Steven e Jim a aconselhar a uma pequena paragem, uma vez que a próxima regata está agendada para as 17h30. Tempo então para fazer um curto intervalo.
So 10 minutes now to the second heat in the men's C1.
Portanto, 10 minutos é o tempo que nos separa da próxima eliminatória, na segunda na categoria C1.
Acho que até às 8. Mas não tenho certeza.
So it's 5 minutes to the start of the second heat in the men's C1. Boats are gathering together behind the pontoon.
Faltam cerca de 5 minutos para avançarmos para a segunda eliminatória em C1 masculino. Os atletas começam já a comparecer junto da plataforma de partida.
So in this second heat, we actually have 3 boats from Colombia. So they're in boat 1, Philip Ospina, boat 2, 6-2 is from Italy, is Enrico Calvi, In 663 from Hungary, Adam Dozes, who we know very well. In 664 from Czech Republic, Václav Juski. In 665 from Colombia, Filip Kozolz. In 666 from Croatia, Bruno Campes. In 667 from France, Damien Mantonove. From Germany, 668, Stefan Tosh. 669 from Portugal, Rui Suarez. And in 720 from Colombia, Alexandro Rodrigues.
Aqui está o Jim então a referir os atletas que vão participar nesta segunda eliminatória, onde vão estar presentes 3 atletas oriundos da Colômbia e também o português Rui Soares. Temos também atletas de Itália, da Hungria, da República Checa, da Croácia, de França e da Alemanha.
So Rudheiser going to the start podium in order to call the paddlers to the start line for the second heat in the men's C1.
No monitor vemos já a linha de saída para esta regata número 4, a segunda eliminatória em C1 masculino. Na pista número 1, atleta da Colômbia, Filippo Ospina. Pista 2 para o italiano Enrico Calvi. Pista 3, o húngaro Adam Doxe. Na pista 4, o atleta checo Václav Dubski. Na pista número 5, o colombiano Felipe Colazos. O croata Bruno Kumpes vai competir na pista número 6. Pista 7 para o francês Damien Mantovani. Na pista número 8, o alemão Sven Tosch. Na pista número 9, o português Rui Soares e alinhar na posição 10 o colombiano Alexandro Rodrigues.
So Rudheiser calling the second heat, the men's C1, to the pontoon.
Estamos então a assistir a imagens da plataforma de partida para mais uma prova. Estamos ali a assistir os atletas aguardam pela chamada dos juízes de partida para alinharem então na plataforma. E agora imagens aéreas da bonita praia do Faial, aqui na Vila de Prado, Vila Verde, em Portugal.
So for those who've just got home from work in Europe and have just joined us on the live streaming, we're just coming up to start line now. We have the second heat in the men's C1 in the short course racing. 3.4 kilometres over this course. Very flat conditions here. A bit shallow on this section of the river in northern Portugal, but perfect conditions really. But it is a bit warm. It's well over 30 C here this afternoon.
E agora imagens aéreas daqui do local da Praia do Faial. O nosso colega Jim Rossiter referia à transmissão direta que está a ser feita desta Taça do Mundo no site da ICF.
So the starters calling the boats onto the pontoon. We'll just have a recap on the course once the race is underway.
E uma vez mais, imagens do público que se deslocou aqui à Vila de Prado para assistir a esta Taça do Mundo de Maratona. Imagens aéreas, uma vez mais da plataforma de partida. Estamos a ultimar a todo instante, aguardamos que seja dado o sinal de sonoro para a segunda eliminatória em C1 masculino.
So the second heat of the C1 men is underway.
Já decorre a segunda eliminatória em C1 masculino.
Very close packing on this first 300 metres. We've got 8 of the 10 boats there. Looks though we had a capsize, which unfortunately we missed, but back in the boat now.
Cá está de novo o atleta em prova depois do infortúnio de virar. Está agora a retomar a sua prestação. E agora imagens da liderança nesta segunda eliminatória em C1.
So in this race, we haven't got any of the major results winners at or in first 10 places at the Europeans. So especially with the 3 Colombian boats here, it's changed the order of things. But it's looks to be France going around that top turn first with Damien Mantovani leading round that group. It's bottom turn, of course, first time.
Ali na rondagem, na frente, o italiano Enrico Calvi. E vamos aguardar por imagens de maior proximidade para identificar as restantes embarcações.
We saw a shot of the control boat there, the umpire's boat in the centre of the turn, just making sure that everybody went round the turn fairly. I have to say this afternoon we've had no incidents that to worry about in terms of fair play on the course.
E o facto de recebermos imagens em contraluz nesta altura do dia não nos permite para já identificar os protagonistas que vão liderando esta prova em C1. Já identificamos, é o italiano, a outra embarcação não nos é possível para já identificar. Vamos aguardar um pouco mais para que passe aquela zona de reflexo e identifiquemos a embarcação que vai na liderança.
So coming down, or coming up I should say, to the top turn for the first time, it's Italy who are leading this second heat with Enrico Calvi in the lead, and we haven't got a number on the second boat, but we're pretty certain it's the Czech boat, Valklov Dubsky, judging by the colours of the competitor.
Então, na frente, o italiano Enrico Calvi. Segunda posição nesta altura para o francês Damien Mantovani.
We should just be a little bit careful reading off the screen, because if that second boat hasn't got a number on it, then his time is obviously not being picked up by the time track system we got on the course here. Each of the boats has got a number, and on that is a little disc which sends a signal to the time monitor as they go around each of the significant places. So as that second boat hasn't got a number on it, then, and looking at the vest, it looked pretty well certain it's the Czech boat, then that's giving us a bit of a false impression on the display.
Jim a falar então da falta da placa na segunda embarcação, a embarcação que nesta altura ocupa a segunda posição, acredita que é o checo Václav Dubsky, mas vamos aguardar pela portagem para verificar se de facto o número do uniforme corresponde a este atleta checo. Vamos aguardar um pouco mais para verificarmos e tirarmos todas as dúvidas nesta primeira portagem.
So Enrico Calvi coming into the portage for the first time with Valklov Dubsky from Czech Republic in second place without the number on the boat. Third place Hungary, Adam Donsky. And fourth place Germany, Stefan Tosch.
Nesta primeira portagem, na frente, o italiano Enrico Calvi, segunda posição para o checo Václav Dubsky e terceiro lugar para o húngaro Adam Dokse.
So Calvi, Doce, Tosh on the three positions for the final, and then Sans Carlos and Mantoviani and Rodriguez.
Vemos imagens da liderança da prova.
So it's Calvi and Dubsky who are leading out of that portage. Again, just be careful that the Czech boat in second place there hasn't got a number on his boat, and therefore his timing is not being recorded on the system.
So one experience is that the numbers must be much better fixed on the boats, being easier for all of us here. Nice shot there of Calvi, Enrico Calvi from Italy, together with Dubski. Vaclav Dubski from Czech Republic, also him a very experienced marathon paddler. We have seen him around for more or less a decade now.
Yeah.
Stefan vai referindo a experiência do checo, que nesta altura ocupa a segunda posição.
So good shot again from the camera on the road bridge. As the boys go around that bottom turn for the second time, moving straight over to the bank. Just to remind those who perhaps have joined us this afternoon after work, we're in the northern part of Portugal here and on a river which is controlled level, and it was filled up yesterday to give us the level we've got today, but it is still quite shallow, so paddlers have to be a bit careful what they're doing. Where these short track races are over 3.4 kilometres and basically 3 laps, with the portage taken on the first and second lap. We're positioned on the finishing line and at the portage, which is just 200 metres down from the top turn and 100 metres down from the starting pontoon. Shot you see on the camera there was from a follow-up boat with a camera on it, giving some interesting shots showing that the paddlers are paddling very close to the bank, in fact underneath the trees in some cases. So leading 2 boats coming down now past the finishing line marker to effectively close to finishing lap 2. They've got 50-metre lead, bearing in mind that it's the first 3 that qualify automatically to tomorrow's final, with the next best 4 fastest times over the 2 heats. So it's Italy and Czech Republic in first and second place, with Hungary and Germany in third and fourth.
Yes, Enrico Calvi from Italy and Vaclav Dubski from Czech Republic. Interesting, Enrico Calvi from Italy. Hasn't done so much on the marathon courses before, but he's a good sprinter. Enrico Calvi from Italy. And sprinters can do well on these short track marathons, but they need to learn to portage. But Enrico Calvi has practiced that quite a bit. Vaclav Dubski we have seen around for many years. He's a very good paddler from Czech Republic. Also Adam Doce from Hungary has done well previously in C1 on international races. Sven Tosh, he made a very good World Cup in Brandenburg last year, I think it was, but also he have participated in several other events. He's not as experienced as Dubski and Doce, but he has done some good races. Sven Tosh from Germany. Interesting to have a good German C1 paddler in the final, would it be, of the Brandenburg World Championships later on this year.
E estamos agora a assistir à primeira portagem. Na frente, aqui temos italianos e checos, os atletas que vão correndo aqui na praia do Faial.
Enrico Calvi and
Esta aqui é já a segunda portagem e não a primeira, como eu referi há instantes. Lá vai o checo a ganhar vantagem ao italiano.
and Adam Dubski, Vaclav Dubski.
E agora o húngaro Adam Doxke, aqui a fazer a sua segunda portagem. O alemão está também já a terminar mais uma portagem. É Steven Tosh, que fez uma excelente Taça do Mundo no ano passado.
And on the graphics, Vaclav Dubsky is missing because he has missed his number. So he's on the second position. So Doce, Tosh, Mantoviani and Rodriguez has one position less than is on the graphics.
So paddlers going round down to that final bottom turn, for they have 300 meters to the finishing line.
Still these two guys together, Calvi and Dubsky.
Os colombianos também já terminaram portagem, também passou nesta zona de portagem o croata Bruno Kumpes.
Over the portage for Portugal, it's Rui Soares, boat number 669.
Jim refere também Rui Soares, atleta português, a participar com a embarcação número 669.
Around the turn there now for the last time is Hungary and Italy. And both of them have secured their positions for the final. I don't expect to see any tough in-sprint here. It's no use for that. They just need to be among the first three to get a good position for the final tomorrow.
Steven vai referindo que os atletas vão também doseando o esforço, pelo menos os que estão nestas três primeiras posições, que garantem acesso final à prova de amanhã de manhã.
So it looks like we've got a bit of a race going on for that third position, Stefan.
Absolutely so, at least for the fourth and fifth position, and they are doing their best now to beat the timing from the first heat, and it is Sven Tosh from Germany together with I think it is Damian Mantoviani.
So we have got a bit of a race here for the third and fourth position.
Estamos então a assistir à chegada do italiano Enrico Calvi. E do checo, uma chegada bastante próxima.
The winner of the heat is Vaclav Dubsky from Czech Republic, securing his final position in the final, and Enrico Calvi from Italy does the same, and then Adam Doce
Cá está o checo a chegar na frente.
position, and Damien Mantoviani from France trying to get a good time to secure also his final position, and the same is valid for Sven Tosh from Germany. So now we'll soon have the results from both heats and the draw for tomorrow's final.
Imagens dos atletas que terminaram a sua prestação nesta segunda eliminatória. Na frente chegou o checo Vaclav Dubski, segunda posição para o italiano Enrico Calvi, que quebrou nos últimos metros, terceira posição para o húngaro Adam Dokse, atletas que amanhã vão competir na final.
And we saw also Alejandro Rodriguez from Colombia finalize his race. And here is also Bruno Kompes from Croatia. Bruno Kompes that we have seen quite a lot also on these courses. Marathon courses of world racing. Felipe Colasos, also from Colombia. Probably they are doing their first international marathon. At least the first short tracks. Felipe Ospina, also Colombia.
E agora a chegada dos colombianos Felipe Colasos e do seu colega de equipa Felipe Ospina.
The 669 is Rui Soares from Portugal, closing down this the C1 men heat.
E agora a chegada do português Rui Soares.
Next race will be starting within 6-7 minutes or so, and that is K1 women heat 1. It's 2 heats and 9 bouts in the first and 10 bouts in the second heat. So we got the draw for tomorrow's final for the junior men game.
Antes de avançarmos para a próxima eliminatória na categoria K1 feminino, o Jim vai nos dar conta dos atletas que vão competir amanhã na final em K1 Júnior.
So for those who are watching on live streaming, haven't got the advantage of having a list on the site, we can tell you that we've now got the winning positions and the times for the junior men's K1 tomorrow. Race number 11 on the programme. It's timed at 10:30. So we got in boat number. Well, I'll just give you the boats at this stage. So Tobias Hers from Germany, Enul Savagar from Denmark, Luis Ferreres from Portugal, David Hatton from Great Britain, Nuno Cruz, Portugal, Carl Hansen from Denmark, Oscar Bekendrick from Great Britain, Bennett Ellenberg from Germany, Chris Carlson from Great Britain, and Benedict Kraft from Germany. So interesting line-up for the final of the junior men's tomorrow. I'm sure this will be available on the system, whatever that system is, as sometime this evening.
Absolutely so, and the race is on tomorrow at 10:30, the final for junior men K1.
Os colegas então a referirem e identificarem os atletas que vão participar na final e a referir que, como é óbvio, estes atletas apurados, a lista estará disponível nos sites da Federação Internacional de Canoagem e da Federação Portuguesa de Canoagem.
So the next start will be within a couple of minutes, and that is the heats for K1 women. Heat 1 for K1 women. And we do have some very interesting names here. On lane 1 with boat number 621 is the gold medalist from the World Championships in Györ, Lenka Krochova. No, Anna Kosiskova on lane number 7 and boat number 627. Anna Kosiskova, who won the World Championships in Györ last year. we will watch her. She did very well also in the European Championships a couple of weeks ago. She is competing lane number 1621, Lenka Krochova from Czech Republic, also a very experienced marathon paddler, and used to do K2 also with Anna Kosiskova. These two girls, watch them, lane number 1 and 7, 621 and 627 is the both numbers. 622 is from Belgium, Stien Verlinden, a sprinter that we haven't really seen so much on the marathon courses before. 623 is Netherlands, Yves Hasse. Seen her around a bit previously as well, but not that experienced on the marathon courses. Experienced enough is Kristina Bedok from Serbia, who have been with us in the marathon family for 4 years. Kristina Bedok from Serbia, lane number 4, boat number 624. Boat number 625 is from Singapore, Wei Li. Very, very nice to have Singaporeans here in this World Cup in Portugal. Boat number 626 is Annemia Pretzmann, Denmark. We know that she is very, very strong and endurant on the water, Annemia Pretzmann. She doesn't used to be that fast in the portages, and we haven't seen her on short track for a while. So it will be interesting to watch her, Annemia Pretzmann from Denmark, in this quite tough first heat, I must say. Lane 7, 627, Czech Republic, as I said, Anna Kosiskova, the gold medalist from Györ last year. 629 from Portugal, Marta Noval. We haven't seen her around, and maybe Carla could explain a little bit who she is later. Lane number 9 is 630, Lizzie Broughton, and we know a lot about her, Jim.
Yes, she had a very good race at the World Championship last year, and also got a bronze medal at the Europeans 4 weeks ago in the women's K2. So, just an update from our Portuguese correspondent.
Oh, of course, thank you. About Marta Noval, the Portuguese athlete that is competing here at home in Portugal. Marta Noval won the Portugal Cup in K2. Let's wait to see what she can do in this World Cup.
Very much so. I think this first heat is quite tough. Both Anna Kosiskova, Kristina Bedok and Lenka Krochova have taken medals in both K1 and K2s over the years in international events, both World Championships and European Championships. So and these three will definitely be among the top. Annemia Pretzmann, we know this youngster from Denmark, young enough to have the ambition of developing herself still quite many years, but also experience enough to be among the top. I think these 4 girls will really go for it together with Lizzie Broughton. So actually it is 5 girls now competing to secure 3 places, 3 positions for the final, Jim.
Yeah, 3 definite positions, but of course, if this, which is likely to be, is going to be a pretty fast race in the first heat, and it's quite likely that the top 5 people that you've actually highlighted, Stefan, are going to likely to make the final. So over to the starter, who's calling the paddlers now onto the start pontoon.
It will be interesting to watch Annemia Pretzmann, who fall in actually in the European Championships in Pontevedra. So we don't really know how strong she is. She had an accident there, got back into her boat and did quite a good race behind the others. finishing 11th in the European Championship in Pontevedra. So we really don't know her shape for this year.
E agora imagens da plataforma de partida quando estamos a aguardar pela primeira eliminatória em K1 feminino, regata número 5. Regata onde participa a portuguesa Marta Noval. Aqui os colegas a apostarem nas prestações da alemã e da britânica. Vamos aguardar pelo desempenho destas atletas.
Lining up now, Lenka Kochova on the outside and Lizzie Broughton here on the inner side. Off they are, and it's very rapid in the middle there, where Kristina Bedok and Annemia Pretzman is setting up the speed.
And it's Lizzie Broughton from lane 9, who is going through to the front position now.
Together with Kristina Bedok. Yeah. So it's Kristina Bedok in top. Kristina Bedok is also quite a good sprinter. She's an all-round paddler. High-class all-round paddler. Interesting is also that Yves Hasse, Netherlands, are among the top. She's also a good sprinter, Yves Hasse. We have seen her on 500 meters, trying to qualify for the Olympics. Yves Hasse, that is here instead of Rio, and we are, of course, thankful for that.
Em destaque, então, a Sérvia Kristina Bedok, que no passado fim de semana ganhou a 35ª edição da Maratona Internacional de Costumas. Já competiu, então, no fim de semana passado aqui em Portugal e que está, nesta altura, a liderar a prova. Ela que tem tido excelentes resultados nos campeonatos do mundo.
And Kristina Bedok is still in the lead. She's paddling quite relaxed there, but the speed is quite high, as we can see, because the girls behind need to put in quite a lot of effort to keep up with her speed. Kristina Bedok, Kristina Bedok, together with Yves Hasse, Lizzie Broughton are there.
So leading boats coming into the bottom turn for the first time. That camera shot from the road bridge, which you'll see a lot of over the main race on Sunday.
And we can see that Annemia Pretzman is also within that group of 4 now. Denmark, Annemia Pretzman with boat number 626. Very interesting. And struggling a little bit behind is Anna Kosiskova. Anna Kosiskova that have done so much this season, trying to qualify for the Olympics. She had a bronze medal from the Europeans a couple of weeks ago, and the previous to that, she was in South Africa and doing a lot of marathons there. And now she is, of course, heading for the Olympics, but she is here to compete in this World Cup as well. This girl that loves to compete and travels the world for marathon canoeing and also for sprint. Kosiskova from Czech Republic.
Steven estava então a falar aqui da checa Anna Kosiskova, ela que é uma atleta de destaque, vai participar nos Jogos Olímpicos, mas antes disso está aqui nesta Taça do Mundo aqui a decorrer em Portugal. Na frente está também a Sérvia Kristina Bedok e no grupo da frente ainda a britânica Lizzie Broughton.
Bedok, Lizzie Broughton, Yves Hasse is still with them, and there is Annemia Pretzman. Mark. That's the top 4. interesting is that Kristina Berok is choosing to keep the initiative all this lap through.
That's right. She went around the whole lap, and this first one leading the race, and is pushing on again now. I think that she's probably trying to make sure that Anna, who's in 5th position at the moment, doesn't get back on that group. But coming down to finish the first lap of the 3. So it's first 3 boats to qualify, and then the 4 fastest times over the 2 heats from there.
And we know Anna Kosiskova, who is in the 5th position now, has 20 meters up or so. We know she's a very, very good runner, and that Kristina Berok knows that as well. Kristina Berok, that is in the lead, keeping the initiative, and I haven't seen her run on the beach portraits for a while. I don't know her skill on that. We know that Lizzie Broughton is fast. We know that Eve Haas has a little bit lack of experience on it. We know that Annemia Pretzman is not the fastest runner of them all. So it might change in this very, very interesting first portage. Very interesting first portage for the first really tough heat for the women K1. It's Kristina Berok and it's Lizzie Broughton on their way into the portage. Eve Haas and Annemia Pretzman follows. And just 10 meters behind now is Anna Kosiskova. Yes, cheer them up a bit. The first portage in ladies K1. Kristina Berok, Lizzie Broughton, and they are running really, really fast now, these two. Kristina Berok and Lizzie Broughton. Followed by Annemia Pretzman, that is struggling a bit, and Eve Haas as well, and Anna Kosiskova is running the fastest her legs can carry her, trying to secure 3rd position for herself in this heat.
Como disse há pouco Steven, a dinamarquesa Annemia Pretzman não é muito forte nas portagens e ela ficou um pouco para trás, está agora já de regresso ao Rio Cávado.
And the top 4 is down to top 2, and Anna Kosiskova managed to close the gap to Annemia Pretzman and Eve Haase. So now it's Kristina Berok and Lizzie Broughton in the lead, and the second group is Eve Haase, Anna Kosiskova, and Annemia Pretzman.
The indications on the screen don't show Lizzie Broughton in those positions. So looking at position, it's a rolling top with the leading boat, and then it comes down to 5th and 6th position. So a little bit confusing, thinking that that's the first ones in the race, but it's not.
Cá estamos a assistir às imagens da liderança da prova. Na frente, a Sérvia Kristina Bedok. Juntinho à Sérvia está a britânica Lizzie Broughton. Continuamos a assistir às imagens da liderança na prova. Mantém-se na frente a Sérvia, segunda posição para a atleta britânica.
So coming down to the halfway point, as we see some of the local girls and boys enjoying the competition on the screen there, we can see that we still have the two same boats, Christina Beddock and Lizzie Broughton, who've now opened up a 50-metre lead. Good side shot coming now from the aerial machine, the spy machine.
And the first two are the same, and they are quite comfortable there now. Christina Beddock and Lizzie Broughton riding each other's wash with Christina Beddock. That shows very, very good shape on this event in the lead. Third position now is Anna Kosiskova, who is taking a very narrow road there, as we saw on the other side of the river around that little island, forcing Annemia Pretzman to change side.
So I think, reading the race, Stefan, I think that Anna is doing as little as she has to in this qualifying heat. She knows she only got to get third place, and I imagine that she feels confident enough to paddle around the rest of the race and then get third place in the last 100 metres or so.
Yeah, which is
as well.
wise in this very, very hot weather. Even if the temperature has dropped a bit now, time is quarter past 6. But it's still very warm, around 30 or so, with a little wind to cool the paddles down a bit. It's still exhausting to do these short tracks, especially in this heat that is so rapid, because it is. Beddock and Lizzie Broughton is keeping on and keeping the high speed.
Estava aqui o Steven a referir que, apesar de já passarem 10 minutos das 6 da tarde aqui em Portugal, a temperatura continua elevada e vão mantendo a sua prestação as atletas sérvia e britânica, que vão liderando com uma confortável vantagem.
Final portage for these girls. Christina Beddock, Lizzie Broughton.
I think the two leading girls can afford to take it easy on this last 500 metres, and we see that Anna is now establishing a position in third place.
Anna Kosiskova and Annemia Pretzman. I think Anna would like to do a very good portage here, jumping in quick enough to keep a good gap to Annemia Pretzman. And now she got some big washes from a boat passing. Unlucky for her, and that destroys her effort a little bit to get in quicker than Annemia Pretzman. That wasn't good for them, but it's part of marathon to manage also that.
E há pouco vimos imagens do regresso à água da checa Anna Kosiskova e da dinamarquesa Annemia Pretzman, elas que estão nesta altura nas posições 3 e 4. Christina Beddock vai liderando esta prova com uma vantagem assinalável, numa altura em que regressaram à linha de água mais 3 embarcações.
Top two boats round that bottom turn for the last time. 400 metres or so to the finishing line.
Christina Beddock have managed to create a gap for herself, 30 meters or so. So she can relax to this finish line now, having secured a final position for herself.
O Steven vai dizendo que já pode descontrair um pouco mais a Cristina Bedoc, ela que vai entrar agora na fase final da sua prova nesta eliminatória. A regata número 5 que estamos a assistir.
And if we can have a camera position, camera out there to up to the bridge, we can see that it is still a fight. We have the two leading boats there, but we also, as you can see on the left-hand corner of the screen now, it's a really tough challenge now between Anna-Mia Pretzman and Anna Kosiskova. We can see them clearly from here. Anna-Mia has not given up and she is trying, but I think Anna Kosiskova now increased the speed slightly and have secured a third position for herself. But when she slows down, Anna-Mia press on. And that's wise because this heat has been quite fast, so he could do a good race and secure a final position by time for herself. Winner, Cristina Bedoc, Serbia.
Cá está na linha de chegada a atleta sérvia Cristina Bedoc, primeira a chegar. Segunda classificada também já nas imagens a britânica Lizzie Broughton.
Lizzie Broughton second and Anna Kosiskova third. Anna-Mia Pressman fourth.
Terceira posição para a atleta checa Anna Kosiskova, que também carimba passagem direta à final. Quarto lugar para a embarcação 626, tripulada pela dinamarquesa Anna-Mia Pretzman.
And Eve Haase is still going as fast as she can, of course, to try to make a very good time on the course, so she can secure a position in the final also for herself. Eve Haase, well done. Lenka Krochova. From Czech Republic, finishing sixth, together with VELE from Singapore. That was quite surprising.
Well, very good race for the young lady from Singapore. I think that's probably qualify her for the final. We'll have to see how that works out.
Would be very nice for Singapore. 6:29 is Marta Noval from Portugal.
E agora a chegada da atleta portuguesa Marta Noval, ela que chegou atrás da atleta de Singapura, atleta VELE.
VELE, that is a good sprinter, and is among the top athletes in Singapore also on sprint distances.
Uma atleta que é especialista em provas de pista, mas que está aqui a participar nesta Taça do Mundo de maratona.
Got the Czech and the Serbian ladies having a good old chat there at the end of the race. Just interested to know which language they're speaking in.
Probably the most common language in the world, bad English. I am using. Belgium, Sten Verlinden, closing this first heat in the women short track. So within 6 or 7 minutes, we will have the next start, and that is the second heat in the women short race. Also that one, quite a tough race. Denmark, Emily Rosenkilde, a youngster that have a lot of ambition, and of course want to do a very good race together with the much more experienced fellow competitors on the start line here. Among who Renata Che with on lane number 9 with boat number 644 is the most experienced and the probably most gold medalist, best gold medalist ever in the women's race. Renata Che from Hungary. I haven't seen her on the short track before, so I think it's the first time actually for her doing a short track marathon, and so this will be really interesting.
We've seen her race in 5,000 meters at World Championships and European Championships, Stefan. So she's pretty good over that sort of distance.
Absolutely, used to take medals also on these events. 6:44, Renata Che, the queen of marathon. 6:37 is Reka Peta from Hungary, who used to also to do very well on marathon courses. We have seen her around since Singapore 2011, the World Championships there, where we first met her on top positions. 6:38 is Emma Andersson from Sweden, quite experienced paddler as well. We saw her first in the World Championships in Perth back in 2005 as a junior. 6:39 is Wanda Kisley, and we saw a great race between Renata Che and Wanda Kisley in the European Championships previously this summer, where Wanda Kisley did a lot of work over the first stages of the race, and then Renata Che just increased the speed and disappeared into the horizon. We know that Wanda Kisley is quite a good has quite a good speed. She's very strong and can set up a high speed. It will be very interesting to see her here on short track, especially on the final tomorrow. So 3 really good Hungarians in this heat. Reka Peta, Wanda Kisley, and Renata Che. We have on lane 5 boat 640 from Portugal, Joana Sousa, and Carla will give you provide more information on her soon. 641 on lane 6 is from Germany, Pia Rom. We saw her last year, I think in Brandenburg. She's young and of course ambitious. 6:42 from Ireland, the sprinter Jenny Egan. Jenny Egan have done quite many marathon races throughout the years and used to be very strong in the beginning, on the first stages of the races. So short track should suit her very well. Lane 8, 6:43 Portugal. It's Ana Correa, a little bit more experienced. Ana Correa, we will hear more about her soon. Then 6:44 Renata Che, already commented on, and further comments. Yeah, we will see a lot more of Renata Che over this weekend. Lane 10 is from Singapore, Yiqian Chen, boat number 6:45. There's a couple of minutes to the start. The starter, Ruud Heisler, has not started to line them up yet. You have all the start list on the screen now.
Just while we're waiting for the second heat in the women's race, we've just got the draw for the people in the men's C1 who qualify for the finals tomorrow. And we've got Czech Republic, Jakub Benzina. We've got Fabio Lopez from Portugal, Roman Rinkov from Russia, Nuno Barros from Portugal. Very good to see him there because he looked so he was in trouble in his heat. Lane 5, Manuel Campos. Lane 6 tomorrow, Enrico Calvi from Italy. Adam Dons from Hungary in 7. Valkov Dubsky in lane 8. Damian Mantovani from France in 9. And Stefan Tosh from Germany in 10. So that's the draw for the 11 o'clock race tomorrow, the final of the men's C1.
O problema também, países como a Espanha, é que há muitas pessoas que não pagam impostos e muitas pessoas que trabalham por contrato. Então, nestas estatísticas não figura.
E aqui fundamentalmente mais abaixo tens um perigo sazonal. Se és de bar, fora e vai estes dias vir, relação voltar, que existe
So just a couple of minutes to the start of the second heat of the women. Just circling round behind the start pontoon. You can see Ruud Heisler walking down the slope to his pontoon position. Just going to be calling up the paddlers now. So after the women's second heat, we've then got the 2 heats of the men's K1. Got a very big field here this weekend for the men's racing, really excellent. We know that the Spanish and the Portuguese are using this as a selection race for their World Championship team. And we've got two heats and 22 boats in one and 21 in the other. So really big race is coming up for those 10 qualifying places for the final. But with the Ruud Heisler has just called the paddlers in the second heat of the women's K1 to come round onto the pontoon. So as we say in Great Britain, over to you, Mr. Starter. I'm getting away from Ruud, so that's good.
Estamos então em contagem decrescente para a regata número 6, a segunda eliminatória em K1 feminino. As embarcações estão já a alinhar na plataforma de partida. E a todo instante será dado o sinal de partida para as 10 atletas que participam nesta regata.
lining up now, and from the outside it's lane number 2, Reka Peter from Hungary. Watch her. I think she will set the speed together with Vanda Kisley, both number 639. Also, of course, Renata Che on the inner side here. Off they are. As I said, it's Vanda Kisley that is setting the speed.
Minutos iniciais então desta regata número 6.
So Sweden, Emma Andersson is there in the green boat, but it's Renata Che. Renata is taking the initiative. Watch her now. We will see a lot more of her over this weekend. She's doing it fantastically.
And just on the regatta stadium side, we've got the boat from Singapore. I'm not sure how you pronounce her first name, but Janing Chang, who is on the right hand as they go up to or down to the bottom turn for the first time.
Yes, and on the other side is Jan Egan, so it's Renata Che, it's Jan Egan, and it's Jiachan Shen in the top. Good sprinters. These two girls flanking now Renata Che.
Aqui os comentadores a darem as boas-vindas à segunda atleta oriunda da Singapura aqui a participar nesta Taça do Mundo que decorre em Portugal.
So it seems like Singapore has come here with quite a good team, good sprinters that is doing very well here. Top group, Renata Che, increasing the speed into the turn. Jenny Egan on her left-hand side. Chan Chen on the right hand.
Na frente está a atleta húngara Renata Tsai.
And then it's Vanda Kisley, of course. Vanda Kisley on the gold wash there in the middle, in the boat with the yellow deck there. So it's Renata Che, it's Jenny Egan, and it's Vanda Kisley, I think, on the third position there. Reka Peter it is, yeah.
As húngaras então em destaque nesta eliminatória, na frente a Renata Tsai, a sua colega de equipa, a Vanda Kisley, está nesta altura na posição número 4.
It is Vanda Kisley. I was right from the start, recognizing her technique. It's Vanda Kisley who is on the third position there. So it's Renata Che, it's Jenny Egan, and it's Vanda Kisley. Would have been surprised if it was not. Vanda is a very, very skillful marathon paddler. You can see them going very, very close to the bank to avoid the small current that is occurrent on the river.
De facto, as atletas a remarem muito junto à margem, bem visível nas imagens obtidas pelos drones. Vamos aguardar para verificar então, identificar as 3 atletas que vão liderar no grupo perseguidor mais 3 embarcações.
Again, a good shot from the camera in the boat, just following up the back of the race there. Obviously, the boat driver there has been giving some careful instructions not to cause a wash as the boats come around the bottom turn again. So
you also saw the narrow passage there on the little, I don't know, island.
Yeah.
On the little island there in the middle of the river. That is marathon as well. Should be such narrow passages. It's nice. It creates extra challenges for the athletes. Into the turn then, Renate Shea in top, and as we are used to see her, she increasing the speed a little bit around the turn, leaving good room, of course, for Jenny Egan on the inner side. She used to do very, very fair races, Renate Shea. Interesting though that she took the initiative also on short track from the start. We saw her doing exactly that in the European Championships, where she was just heading from the start and didn't give any room to any other paddler leading from start to finish in the European Championship a couple of weeks ago. Incredible Renate Shea. Now she is there with Jenny Egan and Wanda Kisley. Both Hungarians are very good runners. Jenny Egan have some experience on it as well. Really want to keep up with it. You can see there heading for the portage. Quite speedy into the portage. I think we'll see Renate running as fast as she can there. Off they are. The first portage in the ladies, the second heat of the ladies is Renate Shea, it's Jenny Egan and it's Wanda Kisley. Jenny is keeping up with them quite well, actually. Second group is Emma Andersson from Sweden, together with Reka Peter. Very good race so far of Emma Andersson. 6:40. Joana Sousa from Portugal is following. Also, this heat is really quick. It will be interesting to see the timing on this.
Yes, it looks as though that first lap was a really good one for Singapore, but gradually fell back as they approached the 1,000-meter mark, and in fact over the portage in last place.
No feminino, na liderança, as húngaras e a sueca Emma Andersson. Mais atrás vimos as atletas que embarcaram há instantes de novo na linha de água do Rio Cávado.
We can see that our young lady from Singapore is not used to doing this sort of portaging and struggling getting back in her boat there. Filled up a lot of the boat with a lot of water, and is not really emptying the boat out, which he should do, of course. So leading three boats comfortably away, two Hungarians and Ireland.
Nice and comfortable, securing the three top positions and positions for the final, the three girls here. Still quite high speed. It never looks like it is a high speed when Renate is pulling, but it is. You can see that from the expression in her fellow competitors' eyes and faces. She always looks very, very relaxed, using her entire body, paddling all the courses around.
So, do you think, Stefan, that that Renata and Wanda are going to be looking to see if they can get their team compatriot in that final as well? Do you think they might be playing a bit of careful planning here?
Yeah, at least the two of them. I don't know really now what they could do to Reka Peter, but the two of them will absolutely do that. We saw them doing a similar race in Pontevedra over the long distance, and after the first two laps it was just Renata and Wanda. They went alone until Renata just increased the speed slightly during the last lap and won the race tremendously well. Over a minute. Not surprised that Jenny Egan is following. I think short track marathon suits her very well. She's good at portaging. She lacked a little bit of endurance because she's doing both marathon and sprint, and she was focusing qualifying to the Olympics, and when she did not, she is doing this instead. So she has the speed and she has the skill for portages. Why short track suit her very well.
Yes, I think Jenny has come up a little step over the last year or so. So that's really good news, of course.
Então, a aposta dos nossos colegas na prestação da irlandesa Jennifer Egan, ela que depois de falhar o apuramento para os Jogos Olímpicos está aqui a competir, é também bastante forte nos sprints e, portanto, perspectiva-se uma boa eliminatória para esta atleta.
And the fourth position now is Joanna Sosa from Portugal. Fifth is Reka Peter from Hungary. And sixth is Emily Rosenkilde from Denmark. And obviously Em Anderson had an accident. Something happened to her at this previous lap. She has dropped off quite a bit now and has 100 meters or so to go to the top.
Quarta posição nesta altura para a portuguesa Joana Sousa, ela que está em perseguição ao grupo da frente, onde participam 3 atletas, os 3 lugares que carimbam passagem direta à final.
So into the final portage. Renate increased the speed. She's doing quite a big effort to be her now. Yes, and some atmosphere here, some rock and roll when Renate Shea is running over the portage together with Jenny Egan and Vanda Kisley. Staying well together over the portage. We'll see them jumping in now.
Vemos imagens das atletas húngaras e irlandesa a regressar à linha de água, também a terminar a sua portagem Joana Marinho de Sousa.
Makes it possible for Joanna Sosa to close the gap. Joanna Sosa and Emily Rosenkilde, they went into their boat quite quickly without accident there. So this will be the hunt for Jenny Egan over the last lap.
Joana Marinho de Sousa, campeã nacional em K1 e K2 em maratona. Vamos ver se ela consegue então o apuramento para a final.
So exactly the same view as we saw in Pontevedra. Renate Shea and Vanda Kisley side by side, looking over their shoulder, discussing how fast they need to go just to securing their positions and save strength for tomorrow. Conditions here are really nice now. About a little bit under 30 now and a little wind. And when it is 18:45 evening in the wonderful conditions here on the Carvalho River in PRADO, Portugal.
So leading 2 Hungarians round that top turn together. Obviously just got to stay there comfortably down to the finish.
As húngaras a ganharem vantagem nesta reta final deixam ligeiramente para trás a irlandesa Jennifer Egan.
So Jenny Egan just been caught up in that last 200 or 300 meters. So now it's a fight for the third position.
Absolutely so. We saw that happen in the Portage where Jenny Egan had a slight accident jumping into the boat when Joanna Sosa together with Rosenkilde could close the gap.
Nas imagens, a húngara Reka Petó.
Wonderful shot on Renate Shea there. Was.
So the leading two boats coming down to the finish. Just 150 meters to go now.
Emma Andersson from Sweden, who have done a big effort this year, training several months in South Africa, learning marathon from the South Africans. Where to finish then? Renate Shea and Wanda Kisley.
As húngaras na frente, eu penso que está a subir Joana Marinho de Sousa. Vamos aguardar para verificar se consegue apurar-se. Uma disputa final. Yes. Cá está a apurar-se a atleta portuguesa. Embarcação 640, Joana Marinho de Sousa.
So Joanna Sosa, Portugal, takes the third position in the final, and then we'll watch the timing for Jenny Egan and Emily Rosenkilde. I don't know how speedy this race was for these girls. I don't think it was as speedy as the previous heat, but we'll see that later on. Pekka Peter finishing. And Emma Andersson from Sweden.
Há pouco nas imagens a terceira húngara a chegar, Reka Petó, e agora com a embarcação 638, a sueca Emma Andersson.
Pia Room from Germany.
E agora a chegada da germânica Pia Hum.
And of course, applauses for Yichan Chen from Singapore. And we will see all these girls on Sunday on the long marathon as well. And tomorrow we do have the final. It will be a very, very interesting final with most of the top girls from the World Championships last year in Györ and also from the European Championships in Pontevedra a couple of weeks ago. Great final tomorrow to look forward to. And now, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the largest races of the today heats. Each heat in men K1 has 21 boats. 21 boats in each heat. They are doing 3.4 kilometers, exactly the same course as all the other races have done. We have most of the top athletes of the world here. The only ones missing is actually Hank McGregor from South Africa, Ivan Alonso from Spain, and Emilio Merchan also from Spain. These three athletes have chosen not to come to this World Cup. They are heading for the World Championships in Brandenburg in September instead, in this very, very intense competition season. All the other guys are here, and we are looking forward to a very, very interesting race.
So 8 minutes to go to the final two races, or the two races for the afternoon, the senior men's K1. As we say, there in the first heat there are 22 boats, and in the second heat 21. So really exciting prospect coming here. Bearing in mind that only 10 of these 40 or so boats can qualify for the final. So it's going to be very, very competitive.
O Jim estava então a referir que faltam mais duas regatas, que são de resto as mais numerosas destas eliminatórias, categoria K1 masculino, as regatas número 7 e 8. Na regata número 7 vão participar 22 atletas. Na regata número 8 são 21 os atletas em prova, portanto antecipa-se provas bastante disputadas.
So we can detect from our start sheets here that, as we said before, that this is a very competitive race for each of the federations, because they're particularly the Spanish and the Portuguese, are using this as a selection race for the World Championships in Brandenburg in the middle of September. So everything to go for here. The K1 race with the men is got a mixture of under 23s and seniors, and for the long race on Sunday we've decided, or the organisation have decided, that because there are so many that we needed to split the race. So there's in fact going to be a senior race and an under 23 race. And it's about equal numbers qualify for both. So we'll see how that works out on Sunday. But now we're waiting for the first semi-final, or first heat, which effectively is a semi-final, for the men's K1. And while we're waiting for the men's, we can say that hot off the press, as we say in England, we've got the draw now for the final of the women's K1, which is going to be at 11:30 tomorrow. So we've got Elf Hez from Netherlands, Christina Bedok from Serbia, Presman from Denmark, Anna Kosakova from Czech Republic, Lizzie Broughton from Great Britain, Emily Rosenkild from Denmark, Vanda Kisley from Hungary, Joanna Souza from Portugal, Jenny Egan from Ireland, and Renata Shea from Hungary. So that's the draw for the final of the women's K1 11:30 tomorrow. That's 11:30 Portuguese time, which is the same as English time, but 1 hour different from the Central European time. 1 hour behind, that is.
Quanto à prova que se segue, a regata número 7, na qual vão participar 22 atletas, 7 são portugueses, temos 3 atletas alemães, um oriundo de Singapura, 3 franceses nesta prova, 2 atletas da Hungria, um italiano, um britânico, um argentino, um atleta de Marrocos e ainda 2 atletas que nos chegam da Colômbia.
Eu possivelmente quando acabar, eu vou acabar trabalhos deste estilo até à próxima semana, depois tenho férias, depois hei de voltar ao trabalho, estar à frente do computador o dia inteiro, fazer trabalhos boa sem arquitetura para fazer isto. Depois, não sei, depois se não houver trabalho no Rio de Janeiro, hei de ficar noutra coisa. Mas em princípio vou para o estrangeiro, porque aqui em Portugal bem gosto de Portugal, mas só durante as férias de verão.
Acaba na Praça do Governador. É exatamente. Ao Moreira. Estava a fazer o Moreira. E é muito bom. A página 107. Ali é por aquela rua assim.
One. Sorry for that short break there, but a little loss of power in the presentation area. We're back with you now. So we're just waiting now. Mr. Heisler has gone to his podium, ready for the calling the paddlers forward for the men's K1. So over to Mr. Heisler.
So it's 2 heats, 4 men senior coming up now, 21 paddlers in each heat. Will be quite tough. Just 1100 meters or 1200 rather to paddle before the first portage. Just 550 meters from the start to the first turn. 21 boats, we can promise the speed will be very, very high. We have some really fast guys here. We know the Portuguese Alfredo Faria is fast with boat number 702. Also Filippo Vincenzi from Italy used to be there among the top in the first stages of the races, and of course Adrian Boros from Hungary will be there, boat number 707. Miguel Rodriguez from Portugal on the left-hand side of right-hand side of Boros. In between them is also Quentin Urban from France. Quentin Urban, that was among the top guys during the first stages of the European Championships in Pontevedra, boat number 718. I think he will also be quite quick. Quick will also Adam Petro be, boat number 710 from Hungary, Adam Petro. And off they are. And it's Portugal, as more or less expected, in the lead now. As I said, it is
French boat.
Is Quentin Urban. Quentin Urban that is taking the lead, and it's Quentin Urban that is going really fast downstreams now. It's Quentin Urban, and on his right-hand side is I think it's Argentina, Franco Balboa. Franco Balboa from Argentina on the right-hand side of Quentin Urban. Doing very well there. They are all well together, and we will see them soon coming into the first turn. Got a better view of who is who.
Estamos então a assistir à mais numerosa regata deste primeiro dia da Taça do Mundo de Maratona que decorre em Prado. Vamos aguardar pela identificação dos atletas que estão nesta altura na liderança da prova. Largou muito bem o francês Quentin Urban e o argentino Franco Balboa. Vamos então aguardar pelo desenrolar desta prova.
And it's the second French paddler, Jeremy Candy, that is on Balboa, on Quentin's left-hand side, so it's double France there in the top now. And also Filippo Vincenzi, exactly as we predicted. The Italian Filippo Vincenzi, who used to do very tough first stages of the marathon races. To the three of them, Quentin Urban, Filippo Vincenzi, and Jeremy Candy are there among the top.
No grupo da frente seguem 5 embarcações, logo atrás o grupo perseguidor, mas vamos aguardar um pouco mais para verificar quem consegue ficar no grupo que todos anseiam. A liderança da prova.
The leading group went straight into the bank underneath the trees. It doesn't look as though there's much flow from the commentary position, but clearly it must be. Otherwise, why would they do it?
And it's Filippo Vincenzi who is in the lead, together with Quentin Urban. Italy and France in the lead there. They passed in front of us now. And then Adrian Boros in the white boat there is approaching. I would have been surprised if not. Adrian Boros in the white boat on the right-hand side. This top paddler from Hungary. He should definitely be among the top guys there. Also Adam Petro. So the two Hungarians are approaching now, and we will definitely see them doing an attempt to secure good positions for themselves. Also Jeremy Candy is there in the yellow bout and the white shirt from France. Top four currently is Adam Petro from Hungary, it is Adrian Boros from Hungary, it is Quentin Urban from France, and it is Filippo Vincenzi from Italy. They have managed to create this characteristic marathon diamond for themselves, which is quite an advantage. Into the first portage then. Into the first portage, and it will be a challenging one. They won't give any room for free here. Filippo Vincenzi up in a very, very speedy way. And so is Quentin. And it's, but it is Hungary. It is, of course, Adrian Boros that is running very, very fast over these portages. Adrian Boros taking the initiative over the portages. Watch him now jumping in. I don't think he will do any mistakes there. Off he is. He's a very, very safe portager. Quentin fall in there. He has to stop to empty his bout. Sorry for him. Then it is Vincenzi. It's Boros, it's Vincenzi, and it is Petro. Double Hungary and Italy in the top.
Yes, I think we saw that Quentin tried to put his boat over the top of somebody else and then lost control of it. He couldn't reach to get into the seat. So he's lost some space there, but that'd be interesting to see whether he worked hard to get back. Bearing in mind there's three to the final directly, and then the four fastest losers over the two heats.
Ali está Adrian Boros, o húngaro, que vai controlando a prestação do italiano. A embarcação que está colada ao barco do húngaro, que nesta altura vai liderando esta prova. Aqui está nas imagens Adrian Boros, o húngaro que lidera.
So halfway through the race now, going round that bottom turn for the second time. It's Adam Boros who is leading from Filippo Vincenzi from Italy. And then Adam Petro in third place there from Hungary. So Quentin Urban, he's in fourth place. And then Nick Romain from Great Britain in fifth.
And it went really well. These 21 paddlers starting at the same time, and with just 500 meters to the first turn, and then 1200 meters to the first portage. Much less problems that we actually expected from the commentary books. The skillful paddlers setting a very, very high speed.
So well over halfway through the race now. Two Hungarians and Italy dominating the front of the race.
It's Adrian Boros that have done so much very good racing. We'll remember him from Gör last year, where he was doing tremendously well, also tactically, as he does here. Expert on river racing and expert on portaging. You can see him keeping the initiative here, going in a narrow gap there between the islands on the other side of the river. Vincenzi Italy is doing very well. He used to be in top in the early stages of the races, the marathon races, and he is proving here his capability here. So is Adam Petro, also him among the top 10 paddlers of the world over a couple of years.
Este perdão que eu tenho já foi perdão por músculo, agora é perdão por...
It's no specific tactics here. They have secured their positions now, they think. So they let just Boros keep up the speed. I don't think Vincenzi is interested at all in doing any more hard work here. Not Petro either.
So the two leading boats, or three leading boats coming into the portage, just looking over their shoulders to see where they are in this race. See, got to make up their mind how much work they need to do. They probably feel that they just want to keep the nose in front to definitely get in the first three places, not rely on any time situation.
Quentin Urban is keeping the same gap, more or less.
Aqui o húngaro na frente nesta portagem, seguido pelo italiano. Terceira posição nesta altura para Adam Petro, também atleta da Hungria.
Watch Boros now, oh wonderful, he just jumped in, he didn't touch his boat, he just put in his boat and jumped into it. It's quite risky, as Ivan would have said when he's commentating. He doesn't like that risky behavior, but Boros have done it so many times, so it's no risk for him at all. And Adam Petro did also a very, very good portage there, and he's on the second position, and yeah, it was very, very well done.
Agora na portagem o português Nuno Henriques, aqui com a embarcação 709. Francisco Aveiro é o segundo português a realizar portagem. E temos também o atleta de Singapura aqui a realizar portagem.
Top group approaching the final turn. Still Boros in top. Petro on the left-hand side, and actually Vincenzi managed to keep up with them. Boros looking over his shoulder to manage how much speed he must put in to secure the gap. 7:13 is Nicolas Roman from Great Britain, somewhere down the lines. Here Quentin
Fifth position, I think, Stefan.
Candy on the fourth position, the French Candy, not Urban, then Romain, and then Urban.
Nuno Henriques agora a realizar a sua viragem.
Yeah, Quentin Urban had the trouble at the portage, Stefan. That's why he dropped off the first group. But he's probably doing enough. Well, he hopes he is anyway to qualify for the final. You should be working really hard now, I think, just to make sure.
Exactly. All the guys behind the top three must work really, really, really hard to try to get a good time. Because the four best times will follow the top six for qualifying from the two heats to the final. Just 100 meters more to go. And it will be Boros, Petro, and Vincenzi, who is taking the top 3 positions. Candy is doing all he can there to close the gap.
A vossa atenção então para a chegada das 3 primeiras embarcações, os búlgaros e o italiano, e também logo de seguida o francês.
Adrian Boros, Adam Petro, Filipe Vincenzi, and Jeremy Candy. Jeremy Candy must trust fast time. And then follows Ben Quentin on 5th position, and Nicolas Roman from Great Britain on the 6th. Quite a rapid heat, this one. Wouldn't be surprised if some paddlers from this heat will qualify for the final.
E agora a chegada do primeiro português em prova, o atleta Nuno Henriques, embarcação 709.
Nuno Henriques from Portugal. On 7th position, and then 8th. 8th position, and then 9th position is Leif Reh from Germany. Quite big German team participating here this weekend. Francisco Aveiro, together with Guangzhou from Singapore, Portugal and Singapore. Guangzhou from Singapore. Still tough racing ongoing here. This 21 paddlers session. Florian Wölke, 707, and 711 is Daniel Wölke, both from Germany, of course. 723 is Miguel Omatra from Colombia. So in this World Cup we do have South America, Europe and Asia, and also Africa actually. The long races and the next heat. Andrew Burkett, the famous South African marathon paddler.
22 nations together here in Portugal.
Exactly so.
So when you look at the second heat, Stefan, would you say that's going to be faster than the first one? Putting you on the spot.
Could it?
Well, yeah.
We of course have Matteo Graziani, another very rapid Italian, boat number 737. And of course the European champion José Ramalho. Won the European Championships previously this year. He has boat number 732, José Ramalho. Where is he from, Carla?
From PRADO in Clube Fluvial Vila Condense. It's 20 kilometers near here. I don't know very well.
So it is his home river, this?
Yes, he's from the north.
He's from the north of Portugal.
A tough guy.
So it's not only a European hero, he's a local hero as well. José Ramalho, who have been winning the European Championships many years in a row now, and have done a lot of very, very good results over the years. The top of the world paddler, José Ramalho, boat number 732.
So I guess, Carla, coming from the north of Portugal, he used to the cold weather then?
Yes.
Yes, and the conditions here are absolutely wonderful now. The wind has died off and the temperature has dropped quite a bit. So it's sounding about 27 now out there on the water and hardly no wind. So it's just perfect conditions here on the river in these beautiful surroundings this evening.
About José Ramalho is the European champion for the third time, and last week he won the Cristuma Marathon, so we hope he do a good work today too.
Yes, and on the start, concentrating on the start list a little bit more, about lane 17, boat number 742, Stéphane Boulanger from France. He also is very rapid. We have seen him taking several initiatives in the early stages of the marathon races previously. And beside him is boat number 743, Andrew Burkett from South Africa. Andrew Burkett, who have had a very good season this year, second in the Dusi Marathon, second at the South African selection races, only beaten by Hank McGregor, who is not here. Andrew Burkett, I think he also was second at the Berg River Marathon recently in South Africa. These very, very tough several-day marathons that they run in the great marathon country of South Africa. So, 743, watch for that boat number with Andy Burkett. South Africa, 742, Stéphane Boulanger. Matteo Graziani with boat number 737, and of course José Ramalho from Portugal. We also have the young Dane Mats Petersen here, and we have seen him surprising us many times over the years. Boat number 733. He could stay on the wash of José Ramalho, who starts besides him. There's many good paddlers also in this on this start line coming up in a couple of minutes here from VILA VERDE in Portugal.
E depois, quando foi para o Brasil, fez história. Seven Up.
So 6 minutes to go for the final heat this afternoon. Looking forward to obviously to the finals tomorrow morning. I think I'll have a little wager with Stefan here that this second heat is going to be faster than the first one, and therefore more likely that the paddlers from the second heat, who are going to be trying very, very hard to keep up with the leaders, are going to qualify for the final. Interesting scenario. We hope to be able to give you the draw for the final before we sign off this evening. Winds dropping here this evening as well. Flat as a pancake, as we say in Great Britain, on the course. 5 minutes to go.
5 minutes to go, and we can talk a little bit more on the start list. Mats Petersen with boat number 733. We have seen him doing very well on the long distance marathons. He did an impressive race in Pontevedra in the K1 men under 23, where he was off from the first from the top group for a while, but managed to get there once again and had a silver medal. Young Dane. Adam Jakub, boat number 734, a very experienced Czech Republic paddler, having been in top of the world marathon racing since I think 2011 in Singapore, where we first met him in top positions. I think they took a silver medal or something like that in K2 back then. At least the Czech Republic did. So he's Adam Jakub, both 734. will also absolutely try to be among top. So maybe you're right, Jim, that this will be a even more rapid race than the previous one.
Yes, I think that you got 5 or 6 paddlers here who really think should be in the top 3. So I think it's going to be very, very fast at the front of this race.
And also Kate Mole is there, the Great Britain paddler. How is he on these short tracks? We have seen him as an endurance paddler on the long courses, but on this short track.
Yeah, I think that Keith would admit to being stronger in the with an endurance. He's a very steady state paddler, as we've seen over the last 2 or 3 years at the championships. And it's a question of the speed off the start, which we'll have to see how he copes with that. But we'll all be rooting for him in England, of course.
Sure they will. On lane 1, about 7:26, is Alessandro Bonaccina from Italy. Alessandro Bonaccina, that is also one of these very speedy Italian paddlers. We have seen him as well doing well in the first stages of the marathon races. But he's quite all-round, Alessandro Bonaccina. He has done also well in the final stages of marathon race previously. Very, very interesting. This heat of 21 paddlers fighting for, or competing rather, for 3 top positions, 3 direct qualifications to the finals tomorrow, and the second 4 best time.
So
a total of 10.
So Ruud Heisler is at his podium for the last time today, anxious to call people up to the race. There are some other classes, of course, which didn't have any heats, Stefan, which will be direct finals tomorrow. Some of the young ladies and canoes are here this weekend. There'll be direct finals tomorrow before they do their long distance standard marathon racing on Sunday.
Exactly so, and the racing is starting 9:30 tomorrow morning. And the last race, the last final before the prize giving ceremony tomorrow is 12 o'clock. So between 9:30 and 12, it's a lot of very, very interesting, good racing here.
So that's 9:30 local time in Portugal, which is the same time as in Great Britain, but obviously 1 hour behind Central European time.
Exactly 1 hour behind Central Europe and Northern Europe.
It's a bit difficult to work out how that relates to South Africa at the moment.
Just 1 hour behind.
But about
South
1 hour
Africa
as well, South Africa, yeah. And I'm going to test you on Australia and New Zealand, Stefan. How are you doing with those?
Risky.
Risky. Over to Mr. Starter.
É disso que eu estou a falar, isto no Algarve não é nada assim. As pessoas não se dão muito bem com umas com as outras aqui. Não é como eu. Sou de Faro.
Mr. Starter.
So for the last time this evening, lining up for one of the most exciting of today. 21 boats, second heat, 1 man, short track. 3 laps, 2 portages. Just 550 meters to the first turn. another 550 to the second turn, 100 meters to the first portage. So 1200 meters to the first portage. Now perfect conditions. Off they are, and watch Ramaglio now, and watch the Italians.
Já decorre a regata número 8, primeira eliminatória em K1 sénior masculino.
Well, it's a big mix-up in terms of the first 250 metres, Stefan. A good start by Keith Moore on the right-hand side. He's going to be with that group. Romario in the middle there, of course, in his familiar green hat.
Yeah, Ramaglio in his green hat, alone there in the middle, but it is Stéphane Boulanger, as predicted, that is taking the lead out here. He's a very, very good sprinter, Stéphane Boulanger, a marathon sprinter. We have seen him doing this many, many times. It's Stéphane Boulanger, and it's Ramaglio in the middle there. I think he's fastest now, Ramaglio. And on his left-hand side is Alessandro Bonaccina, I think, from Italy.
And it's Keith Moore on the right-hand side. With really good start from him.
Interesting, and someone fall in. I think it is...
Aqui vemos José Ramalho nas imagens. O português vai liderando numa altura em que estamos na primeira viragem.
Into the turn, it's Ramaglio in the lead, and it's Andy Burkett on his wash, of course, as it should be. Andy Burkett from South Africa, I think, is there on the... Yes, it is. Recognize his technique there. Andy Burkett, and he's also followed by Jacob Adam. So these very, very experienced marathon paddlers are in the top. So experience pays off also in the short track marathon, as it seems. Jacob Adam, Andy Burkett, and José Ramaglio. This is one of the officials from the city of VILA VERDE, or PRADO rather.
Vila Verde, exactly. É o representante da Câmara de Vila Verde e eu aproveito para fazer um anúncio. Hoje, às 22 horas, temos um convite para todos, atletas, participantes, representantes de equipas, público presente aqui em Prado a assistir à Taça do Mundo. Temos um espetáculo na Praia do Faial, um espetáculo musical, que tem início às 22 horas e que no final faz uma junção piromusical aliando o fogo e a música. Com certeza que será um espetáculo a não perder, para o qual todos estão convidados.
Right, really good first lap there, and we've got 7 boats contesting that first group. 1 or 2 coming up from the outside, so it's a big group here, much less strung out than the first heat.
Quite an interesting move of Mats Petersen there, moving on the left-hand side of the little island and gain some ground. In the top group we have Andy Burkett, we have Adam Jakob, we have José Ramaglio, we have Felix Richter from Germany, a guy that have done a lot this year, training as well a long time in South Africa, together with the Swedish team and the South African team. Stéphane Boulanger is there from France, and Erwin Holpert from Serbia, boat number 729. They are all very well together. but Ramalho is controlling this perfectly well, and so is Andy Burkett on his perfectly positioned on the outside of Ramalho when they approach the first very, very challenging portage.
Aqui imagens dos atletas que estão prestes a iniciar a sua primeira portagem, liderança nesta altura para o português José Ramalho.
So the biggest group we've had all the weekend so far, today anyway, coming into the portage. The familiar green hat of Ramalho, who is leading over the portage. Oh, one or two, we got a German boat, got himself trapped there and boat turned over. That's a change of position.
Watch Mats Pedersen here. How his move on the outside of the island made him into the group, and now he's among the top 4 there, Mats Pedersen. So it's Ramalho, it's Andy Burkett, it's Jakob Adam, and it's Mats Pedersen, the top 4. We did warn for Mats Pedersen, this youngster from Denmark. He has done many clever moves and many good races, and we know he's very endurant, this young Viking from Denmark.
O sul-africano Andrew Burkett aparentemente passou para a frente. Vamos aguardar pelo desenrolar desta prova. Recordo que passam à final as 3 primeiras embarcações e os 4 melhores tempos.
Andy Burkett is taking over now and doing some work. Adam Jakob, and now you can see the clever Mats Pedersen moving into the diamond to rest a little bit on the diamond wash there. Smørhullet, as they say in Denmark, meaning butter hole. Just gliding as on a butter in a pan.
Okay. So, round that top turn again. Sorry, I should say bottom turn. South Africa with Andy Burkett leading.
Controlling this perfectly well. Ramalho on his wash, he's leaving good room, of course. No idea to do anything else. Jakob Adam and Mats Pedersen perfectly positioned there. And then follows Boulanger, Blach, Nikolai Blach, the second Dane who had a bronze medal in under 23 in Pontevedra in the European Championships there. Nikolai Blach from Denmark.
So we just had a shot there of Mr. and Mrs. Carlson enjoying their sandwiches, watching their son this weekend.
Yeah, a lot of sun. That's true. We have had that.
Right, leading group of 4.
And the speed is quite high, actually. You can see that from the time gap. They have been paddling 1.5 kilometers about, and it is 1 minute between the first and the 17th. And that tells us that the speed is really, really tough.
So Matt Pedersen doing really well here, Stefan. He did a very smart move coming up to that bottom turn, didn't he?
He did.
Top turn.
He were starting his tactical moves, going on the outside of the little island, getting rid of some washes, and when he approached on the other side of the little island, he caught the V wash from the guys in front of him. Just followed that V wash and ended up just behind the top group. And then when the accident was with Felix Richter, who lost his race there, the German paddler into the first portage, Mats Pedersen was able to use that accident in a very good way. We have seen him doing very, very good tactics, both in Bochini last year and the European Championships, and also very brave tactics in Pontevedra, where he dropped off but managed to get on again, using the full strength of his mind and his body.
So the big question from here, Stefan, is that second group of three, are they going fast enough to qualify for the three of the four fastest positions?
Yeah, we know that Candy did a good race, the fourth positioned Frenchman in the first heat. I don't think they will beat him, maybe, but then it was quite a gap. So these guys could have a chance. Into the final portage, Andy Burkett in the lead. He's a really good portage. Slight mistake there when he should grip his boat, and Ramalho was off. Ramalho, Burkett, side by side. Yes, Ramalho, Burkett, Adam Jakob, and Mats Pedersen.
Fantástica a entrada de José Ramalho, ele tenta recuperar, já que estava atrás do sul-africano Andrew Birkett.
A little bit of struggle for Adam Jakob jumping in, and now it's Ramalho and Burkett. Ramalho and Burkett is flying now, Ramalho in top. Really stretching out now, no panic there, just going, using the strength of their bodies. No big effort, but off they are.
So it looks as though Matt Pedersen out of that portage is comfortably in that wash there, Stefan.
Another good move from him.
Yep.
Mats Pedersen, and watch him now. He's choosing to stay behind there, using the waves from the two in front of him.
I think that Jacob Adams have got a tough race on now to get a third position here.
Yeah, he didn't have an accident, but he had some struggle jumping in the boat. Were choosing to go a little bit too deep into the water, and they couldn't get in the boat fast enough. It's very, very easy to lose ground in the portage, and very, very difficult to gain anything. So avoiding mistakes is the best way. Watching them now, they are all four together once again. Ramalho, Andy Burkett, Mats Pedersen and Adam Jakob.
So around that bottom turn for the last time, just 400 metres to the finish. They're not going to be working hard, these two in the front, because they know full well that they are going to qualify. It's the fight behind them, I think.
Absolutely so. I also think they are testing each other a little bit. Ramalho, we know, and he know that he has a very, very good shape this year. He saw that, he proved that in Pontevedra, where his final lap was tremendously good, where he was beating Alonso.
So that next group around the turn there, they've if they want to get in the top 7, they've got to really work hard. So there can be a good race between that second group of 4.
Absolutely so. And I was wrong. He was not beating Alonso. It was Emilio Merchan in K1 in Pontevedra. But now let's concentrate on this in sprint. Ramalho, Mats Pedersen and Andy Burkett. As I said, Adam Jakob is losing some ground there.
Ramalho is competing at home, so has all the support of the public that he is here in Prado.
José Ramalho, Andy Burkett and Mats Pedersen qualifying for the final. Then Adam Jakob has to rely on timing.
Portugal, África do Sul e Dinamarca, as nações que chegaram na frente, quarta posição nesta prova para o atleta checo.
Stéphane Boulanger from France has to compete his fellow competitors, fellow teammates for timing, and Nikolai Blach from Denmark, and quite surprising, Erwin Holpert from Serbia on the 6th position. Alessandro Bonacina, 7th position, and Kate Mole, 8. Matteo Graziani, 9th.
Bit surprising he was a bit back off that, Stefan.
Yeah. And Emil Torstensson, Sweden, 10th. Daniel Berger from Germany, 11th. 12th is Tom McCourty. Tom McCourty from Ireland. And 13th is David Cotter from Czech Republic. 14th will be Felix Richter that fell in one of the portages, gliding over the finish line there from Germany.
Michael Goodall, who finished in there. I think it was he who had the capsize earlier.
Robin Nigber from Germany as well. The big young German team here. Ruben Fontaine from Netherlands. And that we still have paddlers on the course. And of course, we are awaiting them and also awaiting the draw for tomorrow's final.
Estas são já imagens finais deste primeiro dia da Taça do Mundo de Maratona que decorre na Vila de Prado, em Portugal. Hoje assistimos às eliminatórias, amanhã estamos de regresso para as finais a partir das 9h30 da manhã, e eu recordo uma vez mais o convite feito pelo município de Vila Verde a todo o público presente na Praia do Faial, aos atletas e todo o staff para assistirem ao espetáculo que vai decorrer a partir das 22 horas, aliando música e fogo de artifício. Com certeza um espetáculo bonito, uma forma de parabenizar todos os intervenientes nesta Taça do Mundo de Maratona a decorrer em Portugal.
So before we go offline today, we're hoping that we're going to be able to get the draw for you for tomorrow's senior men race. We're hoping, we're looking at the chief official now with wanting eyes to see if he can produce. He's fingers up, so he's hoping.
Entretanto, vamos assistindo às imagens dos atletas que vão confraternizando aqui no final das suas prestações, e está o Stephenson já a postos para avançar com uma sessão de entrevistas.
And just while we're waiting, Stefan's gone down to have a chat with the four chaps, the four lads who won this second heat today. See what they think about tomorrow. He's just going online now, so hopefully you'll be able to see him, and maybe if from the broadcast you'll be able to pick up what he's saying. Over to you, Stefan.
Foi o português que ganhou. Quem é que ganhou a corrida esta última? Não lo sabes? Gracias. Parecia um gajo de Sporting. Olha, não calculava o trânsito que esta ponte tinha. Esta ponte é filipina. O último café antes de chegar daqui a pouco é café.
Just slight communication problem there, but he's online now.
Eu conto com o zoom todo, passa caminhão, a câmera treme, começa a indicar.
A ponta do eixo, eu atravessei já uma pouca de vezes, também é maratona de Sport. E ela vai na toda, vai então. Ela conseguiu.
So
Try?
just-
Yes.
Yeah, we're just going to listen to
So
Stefan,
that
and we
proved
got the
my
draw for
bad
tomorrow.
technical skill. Anyway, guys, first, congrats to winning this very rapid heat.
Yeah, thank you.
So how was this short track in the heat?
Yeah, it's exciting racing, and it's nice to see the course and practice the portage, and I'm happy with the race today.
Yeah, you should be. And Mats Petersen, you made a great tactical move, taking a quite different route out there.
Yeah, I imagined it would be dangerous going between the two islands when there were so many people. So I took a safer route, and that was pretty smart because I got in the top after that.
Absolutely, you closed the gap by that move. It was really clever.
Thanks.
And Adam Jakob, you had a slight accident in the final jump in from the portage.
I think I was just too slow, and then I couldn't make it to get it back. I was dead.
But it was quite interesting. It was so many sprinters on the start line now, but it appeared that the experienced marathon paddlers took off anyway.
Yes, the first turn, it was a really. So we have to go really strong on the first turn. Of course, the experience it's a point for us, but even that, it was really hard to get first on the first buoy.
Yeah, it must have been. It's top of the world racing here, actually. And compared to last year, you did a short track in Brandenburg also last year. This is tougher, right?
Yeah, it is tougher having to go between the island and beneath the trees with the current, but it's exciting course. I'm looking forward to the marathon on Sunday.
We as well, and of course to the final tomorrow. We'll see you then.
See you.
Okay, Stefan's given a little interview there with the four boys who got the first four places in that final heat. And we have the positions now for those who are qualified for the final tomorrow morning, 12 o'clock this race. So from France is Jeremy Candy, Hungary Adam Petro, Italy Filippo Vicini, Hungary Adrian Boras, France Quinton Urban, Portugal Jose Ramiro, Denmark Matt Pedersen, Czech Republic Jacob Adams, France, Stefan Bollinger, and from South Africa, Andrew Burkitt. So we look forward to seeing everybody signing up tomorrow morning, nice and early at 9:30 local time for the racing tomorrow. And with that, we say good night from sunny Portugal.
And the local authorities has an invitation for all the presents here, a musical show that will start by 10 p.m. that combines music and fireworks in an odd show here in Prado. All are invited to this party. Athletes and all the staff, all the people that is assisting to this World Cup. Welcome all.